Maybe not, but thank you. morning. I'd like to call the State Board of Higher Education special meeting to order. Christy, would you please take the roll call?
Board Chair Diedrich,
Yes?
Dr. Johnstead,
Yes.
Dr. Melliker,
Yes.
Mr. Schaff,
Shaft is here.
Ms. Nesset,
Here.
Mr. Morton,
Here.
Dr. Murphy,
Present.
Mr. McEwen,
Here.
Ms. Reichert, here, Ms. Hoffer,
Here. Thank you. Item number 1 is approval of the agenda. For NDCC Section 440426, topics which may be considered at a special meeting are limited to those set forth in the notice of the special meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Second. Thank you.
Mr. Schaff,
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. McEwen,
Yes.
Mr. Morton,
Yes.
Dr. Johnstead,
Yes.
Ms. Reichert,
Yes.
Dr. Melliker,
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I could, just before we get into the board business here, is to sort of explain the logistics of the day. This is just an announcement on the logistics of the day, because what we're doing here is, you know, we had a board meeting scheduled for later on in the month, and so we're really sandwiching in that board meeting with the search process that's going to be kicked off today. Right now, we have someone out at the airport picking up the consultant that's going to be coming in here. And so the idea is that we will dispense with the board business, and then after we're done with that, assuming the consultant is here, then we will go ahead and we'll get started into the rest of the agenda for the search process. Also, just a reminder to everybody that's at the tables that this is live streamed and it's being recorded. And you need to speak into the microphones. So they've scattered microphones all around for us, but if you're going to be part of the process, you have to make sure that that mic is on. And for those of you that are new to the group, the button in the middle, if it's a red light, that means your mic is on, and if the red light is not illuminated, then your mic is off. And so we will do that. I know we've got a number of folks on the advisory group to this that will be calling in or not being able to make it here today, but I certainly appreciate those that came, and when we kick off that part, we'll do some introductions and all that sort of stuff. But logistically, then, we'll do the board business, then we'll see where we are relative to the consultant. We have lunch that will be ready here in a little bit, and we can break for lunch and then come back in here, and then by then continue with the agenda. So those are just the announcements for today.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Second item on the agenda is the Budget and Finance Committee recommendations. Chair Morton?
Yes.
Would you like to present any
Sorry.
of the... Yep, would you like to present any of the information that the Budget Committee went over, or does anybody want to pull an item from the committee consent agenda?
I would like to pull out 2-3, please, and discuss that separately. That's the Williston State College, borrowing money from the Williston State College Foundation.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Do I have a motion then to approve items 2, 1, 2, 4, and 5?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
I'll second.
Dr. Johnstead,
Yes.
Mr. McEwen,
Yes.
Ms. Reichert, yes, Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Dr. Melliker,
Yes.
Mr. Morton,
Yes.
Mr. Schaff,
Shaft votes yes.
Board Chair Diedrich.
Yes. Okay. Item 3 was to authorize Williston State College to borrow up to $300,000 from their foundation at a 2% annual interest for a 5-year term to partially fund the replacement of the new boiler plant serving Stevens Hall and the field house. Do we have anybody here from Williston State that would like to address that?
Madam Chair, is Rick Tonder on the line?
I am on the phone, Chancellor.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Mr. Melliker pulled the issue on the boiler. Could you please give us an update? I know that yesterday during the committee meeting you had some update information as well. Could you answer his question? Mr. Malacher, maybe you have some questions for him first, or if you want him to explain what's happened here.
That's fine. I'd be interested to hear the update.
Okay,
Yeah.
so please, Rick.
What we're planning to do is that our agenda item included a request to borrow $300,000 at partial cost for the boiler. In addition to that, we are pursuing an equipment lease possibility whereby actual funding would come through as an equipment lease versus an actual versus financing note. The equipment lease might be more beneficial in terms of the actual mechanics of the installation and the mechanics of the process of doing the work. So once we have that finalized and a decision made, we'll be forwarding that information to the chancellor. If any change in the actual process is be asked for.
The questions that I had in light of what has happened in Dickinson and with, I guess, people being very sensitive to relationships between universities and colleges and their foundations, does it make sense to add to the motion that these are non-restricted funds only? And it was my interpretation from reading the motion that that was probably correct, but I wanted to consider adding that. And then I had a couple of questions about, does this do anything to the credit rating of the college and the foundation together as far as their ability to borrow funds in the future? And I guess the third question would be, does this set a precedent as we move forward with but I think some of these relationships have been done in the past. And then I question the interest rate a little bit. I mean, it's a very favorable interest rate. That's not the problem at all, but does that affect the return on the foundation enough to make it not a applicable deal for the foundation? And those are the questions that I had concerning that.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm probably not in a position to answer specific financial questions regarding the foundation, but I do know that the funds used for the loan would be unrestricted funds, not restricted funds.
Hello, Dr. Scogan?
Yes.
This is Terry Olson from Williston State College and the foundation, and I have Lori First, that's our CFO. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Terry, we hear you fine.
Okay. A couple of things. There was a couple of concerns about the foundation's rate of return. First of all, we are allowed according to our auditors, to use restricted funds. They are not permanently restricted funds, which there is a difference. Permanently restricted funds are endowment funds. But restricted funds can be used if there is a rate of return. Your rate of return is based on what your investment policies are, and so if we are allowed to have so much of our investments in cash or CDs or things like that, a 2% is, from a CD standpoint or whatever, isn't really that bad. The other thing is that the college really had no choice in what they could do to replace the boiler. We have to replace the boiler. So, in essence, that's why they came to our foundation and to our board. I hope that answers some questions, but if there are others, I would be willing to answer them to the best of my ability.
Number 6 on in the summary said that there was not a clear statutory authority from for Williston State College to borrow from the foundation, and I was just curious if that is setting a precedent for this to happen in the future, or is this commonplace among universities and foundations?
Mr. Sogsby.
This is Murray Sogsby. There has been a precedent to foundation has loaned money previously to State College. I believe that's correct, Terry. And, but there is no clear statutory authority. I mention that because there is clear statutory authority to borrow from the Bank of North Dakota if certain conditions are met. But as I pointed out in the summary sheet, there is broad constitutional authority, and whether you want to rely on that or not. But I think that it appears that there's authority for the college to borrow and the foundation to loan those funds. At the same time, they're exploring another option, and that's a lease, the lease purchase option. But it has been done in the past.
Okay.
And Madam Chair and Mr. Malacher, this morning I have a conversation with President Naldi, and they are exploring the possibility of a lease. And we discussed that during committee yesterday, and so the approval today will probably not happen, but because we'd have to bring everybody back together to do an approval later on if the lease did not work out. So this is sort of an insurance for Williston State to be able to do what it needs to do, as Mr. Olson pointed out, for that boiler. And but the actual instrument that's going to be used in the final analysis may not be this; it may be a lease.
It just seemed to me, with all of the discussion about the relationships between universities and colleges and foundations, that unless we entered some words about non-restrictive funds or some way to make sure that the public understands that we are not funding with scholarship money these types of things. And that's what was missing from the summary, in my opinion. And I did read the information about the Bank of North Dakota. The sentence after that said this funding source is not available because Williston State College does not have sufficient funds for a certificate of deposit to be held in the bank. Well, if this is my thought process, is if they want to borrow the money at 2%, they probably have the funds to put into the bank to make the transaction cleaner. Again, that was just my thought.
Essentially, the Bank of North Dakota wants collateral in the bank. If the Williston State College had collateral, they wouldn't need to borrow the money.
Got it.
And if they're borrowing the money from the foundation, it's basically an unsecured loan.
Okay. That's the only questions I had and concerns.
So, Madam Chair and Mr. Malacher, do you want to add to the three, the way I heard, is as long as permanently restricted funds are not used?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we are not taking scholarship money to allow Williston to borrow from their foundation to fund this project.
Yes, Mr.
So, Mr.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Well, I just have a broader question, I guess, and I think maybe this is where Kevin's going is, I think given the attention given to foundations, what level of scrutiny should we be, undertaking when it comes to these transactions to ensure that, are they arm's length transactions? Has there been any sort of self-dealing? And I think that's kind of where I think we've talked in the past about having a little bit of a primer on foundations and the types of relationships that our institutions have with them, and what should we be looking for to make sure that we're not, approving something that could end up in some trouble. So
Right.
I think that's maybe just a general question.
Any other board members? Dr. Scogan?
General Sogsden was just saying that we could certainly put something on the agenda for a primer as Ms. Reichert called it, on foundations. And as we informed you, I think at the last board meeting, we are currently reviewing the foundation policy for the board for the exact things that you're pointing out. This is clearly a high-vis issue. There's no doubt about that.
So those words will be added to
Certainly.
the motion?
Right. What I
Okay.
wrote down, and we'll get Christie to put into it, is as long as permanently restricted funds are not used. And Mr. Olson, does that work for you, that language?
I think that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you very
You
much.
know, permanently restricted is endowment money, and I think everybody's on the same page as that endowment money will not be used.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I move item 2, Roman numeral 3, as amended.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Christie?
Dr. Malacher?
Yes?
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf?
Staff votes yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Okay. Item 3 is other board consent. We have 3 items there. Does anybody want to pull one of those? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Christie?
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf?
Staff votes yes.
Dr. Malacher?
Yes?
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That ends our board business. We're moving into the Chancellor's search agenda. And we do have our consultants here, so welcome. And we're glad that this worked out as well as it did. Your timing is perfect, as usual. Okay. And then I also would like to acknowledge our very special guests, and that is the Advisory Committee. And I cannot tell you how pleased we are that you answered the call to come and help us with the search for the next chancellor. I think I will have Dr. Scogan introduce you all individually and maybe share where their affiliation is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm extremely pleased that we were able to gather together the group that we got for an advisory group for the board. As all of us know, the process is going to be different than what the process that's been used in the past, because the entire board is seated as doing the search, and that in your motion you asked that we go ahead and still constitute an advisory group that will offer advice to the board as we move through this process. So we have here today Dr. Russ McDonald, who is the newly tooled president of United Tribes Technical College, Monsignor James Shea, who used to be the newly tooled but now is becoming the very experienced president at the University of Mary. Dr. Kirsten Basler is not with us today, but she is the superintendent of the Department of Public Instruction, and unless she's on the line. Superintendent Basler? Okay, she's not on the line. Mr. John Bacchus is no stranger to the Board of Higher Ed, served on the Board of Higher Ed for one term. And from Minot, he has joined us. Mr. Terry Olson, who was just on the line with us, is the Executive Director of the Williston State College Foundation. Mr. Bruce Dolezal, and I don't know, is Bruce on the line? Okay, he is the Regional President of the American Bank Center in Dickinson. And Mr. Perry Miller, is Perry on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Larry.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Can you hear me?
we hear you fine, thank you. And Mr.
Great.
Miller is with Miller Perry and Denise Lockmore Apartments in Wapaton. And then Mr. Andy Peterson, who is here with us today, is the President and CEO of the North Dakota Chamber of Commerce. And we appreciate very much all of these distinguished and very busy people agreeing to be part of this process. Thank you all very much, and that's it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Item number 2 is review of the chancellor search process in open meetings and open records. Ms. Wagner-Goulet.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Wagner-Goulet, and I'm one of the attorneys with the North Dakota University System Office of General Counsel. When I prepared the 3-page memo for inclusion in the agenda materials, my understanding was that perhaps we would have all the functions associated with the chancellor search process carried out by our board separately from the regular scheduled meetings. And when we talk about regularly scheduled meetings versus special meetings, that has significance because of our state laws regarding open meetings. As things have developed, though, and to kind of, keep the meetings to a minimum, there's been a decision that we will incorporate the business of chancellor search with, to the greatest extent possible, our regularly scheduled meetings. And by regularly scheduled meetings, it's those that go on the master calendar and are submitted months in advance to the Secretary of State. So if you read my memo, and have had a chance to do that yet, you might kind of raise an eyebrow because it speaks in terms of all of the chancellor search-related meetings being special, and in fact, that's not going to be the case. Thank you very much also. I'll second that to the persons who are have agreed to serve on the advisory group or task force or advisory committee. We certainly appreciate your time. And the content of the laws regarding open meetings and open records applies to your work also. So certainly if you have any questions for myself and my co-counsel, we can entertain those. But briefly, just to review in very general terms, the records that any of the board members or the advisory group members receive, whether you generate them, draft them, or receive them, and regardless of where you receive them, whether it's on a personal device or a computer in your home, a computer at your office, when they are connected to the public business which we are undertaking, which is the search and selection of a new chancellor, those are going to be subject to open records. So it's important that, that you're aware of that fact. Also, the discussions that will be held in connection with this public business are of course, also subject to open meetings. They will occur in an open meeting format. Anytime you have a quorum, which for purposes of our State Board of Higher Ed is 4 or more, who are discussing public business, that becomes in effect a public meeting, which has to occur in a public forum such as this. We have 13 persons serving on our advisory group, and the quorum for that is 7. So I think the best recommendation is that the discussions you have amongst yourselves and with yourselves about the business of a chancellor search and selection should occur in a format such as this, so a public meeting type of format. I think as certainly as the board members know and persons who serve in state or local government, any votes that are taken have to be roll called and a record made thereof. And that's just kind of for information, I think, for the members of the search advisory group. There's some discussion in the memo also about the records that are held by our search consultant. And our search consultant is familiar, having done work for the State Board of Higher Ed in the past and these types of things. So their firm is very familiar with these laws also. And at this point, if there are any questions from anyone, I can entertain them. And I have my co-counsel Noah Brisbane is also present. And then, of course, Chief of Staff Murray Sogsveen, in case anyone has any questions at this time.
Okay.
If you ever should have any questions, you're certainly welcome to contact my office and me directly.
Okay, Advisory Committee, any questions? Okay. And I'm not sure if you mentioned about the serial conversations too, that as far as with the 7, then it can't be calling a number of people and having other people call other people.
Okay. That's it in a nutshell.
That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
But it's certainly true that if we could avoid open meeting requirements by having these sort of one-on-one or one-on-two conversations, out of the form of an open meeting, and suddenly you find yourself having the same conversation about the same public business with 4, 5, 7, 10 persons, that's a serial discussion about matters of public business, and that kind of serial discussion should also be avoided. Well, okay,
All
with
right,
that.
thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you all.
Okay, item number 3 is a review of the charge to the State Board. The search of the Chancellor of the North Dakota University System has begun and is expected to conclude in mid-May. I ask that you commit to the following timeline and search expectations. Number 1, attend search meetings. It is anticipated that we will meet 4 times in addition to the May 14th, 2015 State Board of Higher Education meeting, where we will select the next chancellor for the North Dakota University System. Number 2, participate in listening sessions and discussions that identify priorities and personal and professional attributes sought in the next chancellor and incorporate into the search profile. 3, review all candidate applications and identify a short list of candidates for additional screening and consideration. 5, participate in interviews of top candidates and identify the semifinalists. Then assist with interviews, visits as needed, identify a list of finalists, and then finally interview finalists and select the next chancellor of the North Dakota University System. Now, with that, I know that we have a lunch prepared for us, and so we will take a break for lunch, and we will reconvene. At what time would you suggest, Chancellor Scovin?
Well, let's see, it's 11:40 right now. Because we're all here and we're eating right here, and I know people want to get back on the road, I would suggest by 12:15.
Okay,
Reconvene at
12:15.
12:15.
And Monsignor Shea, when did you think you could be back here? I know that you need to leave us.
12:45.
12:45. Okay. All right, well, we'll try for 12:15, 12:30. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll take a short recess. No, I'm not adding to the agenda. I'm just going to quickly thank Bismarck State College for a wonderful lunch. It was a great, and the tomato soup, whatever that was fantastic. So thank you. All right, item number 4, report from the board members on the open forums held at the campuses. I would like some board members to give a little feedback. I attended 2 of them, but I talk an awful lot, so I'll let somebody else take the microphone and share.
Carrie and I were in Bismarck last night. We probably had about 25 people there. We talked about, and Carrie, jump in when it's appropriate. We talked about the differences between commissioner and chancellor. We talked about the type of person that we're looking for. Some people were concerned that they want a collaborative type of relationship with the chancellor versus a top-down type of chancellor. We, what else did we talk about?
I think there was just concern about making sure that this person properly acclimate to the environment and the culture, particularly if they're from outside the system. Talked about the issue of the title, commissioner versus chancellor came up. We had a couple of teachers in the room who commented that, this person should have some experience teaching and be close to the students, understand what our student body is going through. We had a number of really interesting, good comments. A comment about, have we looked at the way other systems are run? We had some roles and responsibilities type of question, but really good feedback and suggestions from people.
By the way, that was good to go through that this past week, which from what I understand we'll talk about in a few minutes, because there was questions concerning the roles and responsibilities of the people. And so that was very interesting. I don't know what it is about the English department at Bismarck State College, but we probably had 3 or 4 representatives from the English department.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, and they were very concerned and very engaging and interested.
I think we had probably more questions than feedback, so that was kind of fun.
Yes.
So we ended up talking more than I would have liked, but.
And it took pretty much the whole hour to do it. So, and again, I've just been on one. I think they're very beneficial. I think even though some of them, from what I understand, have not had a lot of people there, but I think they are very beneficial because we do need all the stakeholders involved and we need all the legs of the stool involved. So, and they are certainly a big part of that.
Thank you. Ms. Hopworth.
I was part of the NDSU and the UND. I will be at NDSCS tomorrow and at Devil's Lake next Monday. Some of the questions and comments, should the person, where they're from, North Dakota or not North Dakota, factor into the decision? Should the person come from a business background or have worked their way through a university system so they know what they're managing? I think, in my view, those were the 2 large things, is diversity, and does being from North Dakota hinder or help that, and also their background being business or education. But I had cohorts at all, in case someone else would like to add anything.
Want to add anything, Grant?
No, I think that's pretty much what we heard. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, but we also had the same discussion at UND with regards to CEO, coordinating chancellor, whatever. Those are the 2 terms that seem to be popular. But I think ultimately we had a bit of a different group. So we had a state senator was there, and a couple administrators, and 1 faculty member, and 1 student, and 1 reporter. So it was a relatively small group, but we did go on for about an hour and a half.
I do think that just from reading some of the comments and having been at the listening session, and Jim might appreciate this, that you do get a sense that it has been a long period of time since the chancellor position has been a stable position in North Dakota, and that in large part people don't really even know what a chancellor is. You get a lot of comments about how often they want them on campus and engaged with students and staff, and in reality, you know that a chancellor probably doesn't get on campus that often. And so you get a sense that we really haven't had that position stabilized for a long time, and maybe a lot of folks just don't even know what role, and I'm not talking the CEO versus coordinator, I'm just, what typically does a chancellor, what role do they play? And I think that's something that the folks from AGB can help us a bit with.
Okay, yes.
Now, following that up, in both places, there was a lot of conversation about the chancellor being transparent and available. And I think you're right, a lot of your students, your faculty, your staff would like a chancellor that they can talk to, that he would come to their campus compared to some of the other options.
And I'll piggyback a little bit on what Janice said in that she mentioned diversity, and this was at NDSU, and some of the faculty were saying it's not just cultural diversity, they want diversity as in willing to hear other opinions and being open-minded to diverse thoughts on that, but yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to bring in, I thought Minot State's, Terry and I went to Minot State, and Dr. Shirley was present. We had 4 students at ours as well, and I really thought that they were a large part of the focus of that meeting, was the students' input. And moving forward, they would like to be included as we continue and kept up to date, and we even considered having a subsequent listening session with at Minot State, and tomorrow night will be Williston State. So,
And it's interesting, I heard that quite often also, as they were so pleased to have the opportunity. They said, we have never had this opportunity before, so thank you. Even though they can come to the board meetings, that's one thing, but for us to go out to them, I think sent the right message.
Very, very much a part of our message. Terry, didn't you think? I mean, they were so appreciative to be invited to the table and to hear and to listen. Dr. Shirley, I think.
I think one important thing that we probably should add is we had a very good comment with regards to a chancellor who's going to be future-looking, who understands where higher education is going in the 21st century, and maybe somebody who really is that vibrant personality that understands how to move and transition us forward, embracing the strategic plan, but also saying, where are we going 10 years and 15 years from now? And how's higher education going to change? And how are we going to be at the forefront of that change is something that really came out in our meeting. And then we talked about that quite a bit. There's probably 10, 15 minutes of discussion on that single type of idea. So that's one thing that when you read the notes that's there that I think is something that's very substantive.
Okay, thank you. And I do want the advisory committee to understand that these are the kinds of questions we'll be asking you shortly, probably today. So I won't put you on the spot right now, but you can start thinking about that. Dr. Scogan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to add to the comments about the open fora, there are, as has already been pointed out, subsequent ones, and the actual development, we'll be working with Dr. McCormick on this. The actual development of it will occur over time. So because some of them were held prior to this meeting and some are held subsequent to this meeting, does not mean that input's not important. It's incredibly important and valuable, and we hope that folks will show up at the rest of them as they are held around the state. And I certainly thank the board for doing this. This requires time, your time, evening time, travel time to go out and hold these. But I think that they've demonstrated that they are valuable to the stakeholders of the university system. And thank you for taking the time to do that. And repeating once again for those listening that we will still have more of these, and they're just as important tomorrow as they were yesterday in the development of this profile. The thing that I'm going to report on is basically some of the issues in the draft report of the Roles and Responsibilities Task Force. We put together a Roles and Responsibilities Task Force about a year ago and started having some conversation about what's the role of the chancellor, what's the role of each one of the presidents, and trying to define that. And we really were piggybacking on top of the 2006 effort, the same effort, Roles and Responsibilities Task Force that was held at that time. And basically have used that report to draft our own report. And again, this is still in draft form. We'll have one or maybe two more meetings of the roles and responsibilities before we have a final product. However, I think it's vitally important that the conversations, as Mr. Meliker already pointed out, that we've had in roles and responsibilities is really vital to this conversation about the profile of the next chancellor for the university system. So what we did, and Christy, do you have did they get them yet? Okay. So I sent out a memo that each one of you will have in your place, and all I've done is extracted two paragraphs from the Roles and Responsibilities report. We don't have to go through the whole thing. Two of them that we actually made some, in one case, minor change, in another case, a major change. So here's what I'm going to do. My role today is I'm just going to go through this and then turn it over to the chair to conduct the conversation that would, I hope at this time, include the board members as well as the advisory group as we talk through this, profile of the next chancellor. So on the memo that I handed out to you, the second paragraph of the Roles and Responsibility report, draft report, is what is a unified system of higher education. And there's a number of paragraphs in the draft report, but what I extrapolated was paragraph D out of that. And I wanted to show you both the conclusion of 2006 and the conclusion in our draft report. Again, it's still a draft in 2014. And between the 2006 and 2014, on that first paragraph, you'll see that what we did is just added the words, working with the institution presidents. That's all that was added at that point. So what you've got before you is the exact wording with that one addition. On the other one, paragraph 3, we actually made a significant change to, I believe. The 2006...
Dr. Scogan, excuse me, we're having a hard time finding the... Oh, okay.
Christy?
Thank you. If they could catch up for a second.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So where are you right now?
Okay, on the front page of paragraph 2, the unified system of higher education for the purposes of the North Dakota University system understood to mean, and then I've got the 2006 conclusion and the 2014 conclusion. And in the 2006 conclusion, what we added in the 2014 conclusion, again, this is just our draft, what we've added are the words working with the institution presidents. Then on the next paragraph is for whom do the college and university presidents work? The 2006 conclusion was that the presidents work for both the chancellor and the board. And this is a significant change. In 2014, in our draft, we're saying that the presidents work for the board. Then, however, through various policies, the board delegates authority to the chancellor for the board and state board operations and to ensure compliance with board policies and procedures. However, institutional operations remain the purview of the presidents as campus CEOs. In the execution of delegated authority, the chancellor speaks on behalf of the board as CEO of the university system. So that's pretty significant change in the draft report to try to bring more clarity to the role of the chancellor within the university system. Then, before I turn it over to your conversation, Madam Chair, then you should have at your place 3 options of the organizational chart. And do the members of the advisory group have these as well? Yep. Do we have additional copies in case somebody doesn't have one? Does everybody have a copy of this? Could we get some?
I can pass mine down. I have it
Yeah.
on my iPod.
I'm not sure what copy you're talking about. I just printed up everything that was emailed to me.
The organizational charts, it says option A, B, and C.
Yep. This is Perry. I have those.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I'll just go through these very quickly. So option A, one of the options we talked about is you can see where the chancellor and the system CEO is offset from the direct line from the board to the presidents. And the dark line is full board authority. However, the chancellor and the system CEO has, and that's the dotted line, administrative and operational delegated authority. And then the chancellor exercises full supervisory authority over the North Dakota University System office. That's option A. Option B has the, in fact, let's jump to option C. Option C is really the option, that's really how we've been functioning. That's the same organizational chart in the 2006 report, and that shows that direct line of authority from the board to the chancellor and the system CEO, and then the chancellor and system CEO it goes off to the North Dakota University System, but then a direct authority line to each one of the presidents. Then option B, to back up to option B, is sort of a combination of those two, puts the chancellor and the system CEO in the same position, however, really designates the administrative and operational delegated authority through the dotted lines. So the conversation has been which of these options is the correct option for the organizational chart of the university system. And I've had this conversation both with the Chancellor's Cabinet and with the Roles and Responsibilities group. Clearly, the Chancellor's Cabinet, for those that expressed an option and a particular option that they preferred, was option A, and that comes out of the presidents with the Chancellor's Cabinet. However, out of the Roles and Responsibilities meeting that we had, there was an agreement that option B probably best reflects what we actually do. And so we've got option A, B, and C, and I think Dr. McCormick would agree with me that the decision on which you're going to do is really going to be paramount relative to the development of a profile for the chancellor for the university system. So, Madam Chair, that's sort of my report on this, and now I would certainly open it up for you to lead the conversation with everybody else about where you think you want this to rest.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Skogan. I know that we are shuffling papers around here a little bit. I want to make sure that all the board members know exactly what the chancellor just pointed out. Okay, we had some of the, the areas for discussion are in the paragraph that says the chancellor is the CEO officer of the university system and is empowered by the board to provide the leadership necessary to act on behalf of the board, working with the institution presidents to achieve the vision, mission, long-range goals. Board discussion, comments?
I know that sometimes we get lost a little bit in language, so I'm interested in when we say administrative and operational delegated authority, from the committee's viewpoint, what is that?
Well, there are many duties and responsibilities, I guess, embedded within our policies. And those to me, and I chose those words trying to capture the best words. From an administrative point of view, for example, how things come to the board for approval. That would just be one example. That's really more of an administrative thing. Mm-hmm. And so there are administrative delegated responsibilities and authority to the chancellor to get that done, whatever that is, those administrative kind of functions. Then there are operational things. There are places in our policies where the board has said that the chancellor will approve X, whatever it is. So, well, for example, one of them is that the chancellor can give interim approval for certain construction projects. So a project can begin before the board actually meets again, because the board has delegated that responsibility to the chancellor. So in my mind, those are the administrative kind of things that we're doing, and there's actual operation delegated authority. And probably what runs into both of those is the board has delegated to the chancellor the evaluations of the presidents. That's sort of administrative function, but certainly has an operational piece to it as well.
And I think it's important only because if you look at the three flow charts, that, at least in my review, seems to be the distinguishing factor from option C, which is where we are now, that is full board authority flowing through the chancellor down to the presidents, to the change under A and B, indicating that there is, whatever word you want to say, a redefinition or a little bit of a change in that role to where it's limited to administrative and operational delegated authority. And I just want to make sure that I understand the nuance in that. Because I don't think we as a board want to go too far down the road if we're not really clear on what is that change. And I'm not sure if I understand, but maybe as a way to get there, I do think that and perhaps the committee did this, but you have to start this discussion from what the Constitution says, because that's the starting point. And the Constitution says, they use the term commissioner. Such commissioner of higher education shall be the chief executive officer of said state board of higher education, and shall perform such duties as shall be prescribed by the board. So one slight difference is that in some of the language that was used even in the 06 roles and responsibilities, is they say the chancellor is chief executive officer of the university system, which maybe I'm being too lawyerly, but there is a difference, obviously, between being the CEO of the board and the university system. And then the Constitution seems to indicate that the chancellor really is if you think in the classic term of a business board, is the CEO of our board. And then from that, we delegate certain duties, we prescribe certain duties to the chancellor that flow from the board. And so I'm just trying to think how that all plugs into these flow charts. And I'm kind of looking over in Murray's direction, because am I overthinking that difference between being the Constitution provision saying the chancellor is our CEO versus the system? This is when you say good question.
Mm-hmm. You have to start with the constitutional issues, and the Constitution, I think, contemplated in 1938. I think the Constitution contemplated in 1938 and 1939 that you have this volunteer board of 7 board members then. Volunteer board members, they had to have somebody to be the day-to-day operator of the Board of Higher Education. And then when the system, which was kind of a statutory creation, it morphed a little bit, perhaps.
I did note that I think if you review the statutory provisions, they use the identical language for the commissioner. So it seems as though that was contemplated. And where this really goes a bit is you might find an entirely different response if you just said to current board members and past board members and chancellors, what is important to you as a chancellor? Well, that has to do with how they interact with us as a board, how we get our information, how our agendas come about, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the day-to-day operations of a board. Kirsten would know that. And doesn't speak to so much as to what we might have heard in our listening sessions as campus interaction with the presidents. that seems to be something that's contemplated constitutionally and statutorily as something that flows through what's delegated by the board. So, I mean, if you look at it that way, which of these seems to encapsulate that flow chart? Because I think it's where we have to start from.
Let me rephrase it just a little bit.
Yeah.
I think if you assume that all power resides in the board initially, and then the board delegates to the chancellor. So the chancellor basically has what the board delegates to the chancellor.
Yep. And I think that's what the Constitution and the statute, I think that's what it says.
Yes.
And so I'm just wondering, and I don't have an answer to this because I have a hard time reading flow charts, but do all of these fall in line with that theory? I see that the board is at the top of every chart, and it appears to me that there's full board authority. If I'm reading it right, and maybe I'm looking at Larry, is it intended under A, B, and C that full board authority still flows through to everything on all three options? We have not limited board authority at all.
Or redirected it.
Or redirected it.
Because that's what I'm concerned about, is what you're talking about. Are we redirecting what the intent of the Constitution was on this system?
No, you know, in even considering our accreditation, we wouldn't touch that. So we still have full
I think we have to
authority.
be very careful, though.
Yeah, yes, and I agree with you. I think the different, in option A, the way I perceive this, is it is just kind of moving the chancellor to function more with the university system office and having a more direct line from the presidents to the board. And the other options, option C is what we've been doing, but what I like about option B is that it's talking about giving the authority from the board for the chancellor to delegate to the presidents so that we're not involved in all the day-to-day minutia.
That's how I
It takes us out of it. And yet, so we were working at, on a higher level, and then we would actually assess the performance of the chancellor based on how all of this works.
But also select the chancellor.
And select the
In
chancellor.
that vein.
Correct.
But we do, Madam Chair, have to be a little careful because, and I think I know the spirit of what's intended by working with the presidents and having the presidents have the ability to have that contact with the board. But we can't forget fairly recent history with Chancellor Potts, because I think that is a situation where one might argue we fell out of balance in the authority of the chancellor, and the chancellor basically working for the board and having that authority with some independentness of a campus. I mean, I think we lost a chancellor because of that. And so I think we have to be very careful with that. You know, are we talking about something as simple as a campus has a, you know, Bob's got a new department he wants funded, and he's having some difference with the chancellor. The chancellor doesn't think it's the time and doesn't want to bring it. Should he have some ability to bring something like that to the board? I don't necessarily have an issue with that, because I do think everything should bubble up to the board. Or are we talking something different?
No, I think that's exactly what we're talking about, but when we mention that the presidents can bring it to the board, I interpret that as to the full board at a meeting, not calling board members and requesting. But it would come, if there was an issue, they'd come and they'd speak to the full board, and that would be the first we'd actually hear about it. Well, we'll probably hear about it beforehand because it has to go through some of their other avenues, but it might be the chair of the board and the chancellor, no, but I don't think all board members should be privy to it before it comes to us.
You know, I've looked at these different options and sort of reflected on what's constitutionally the authority of the board. And I like Murray's point that all the power resides with the board, and the board can delegate some of that or none of it, and it can change how it delegates it. But at the end of the day, I think of it almost like a patent and ownership. One owns a patent, you can license it to somebody and they can use it. But at the end of the day, in patents, it's all about ownership, right? And in a way, that's about power here. And when you look at option A, I disagree. I mean, on option A, the administrative operational delegated authority still remains intact, but option A gives the ability of the president to go directly to the board. And if this State Board of Higher Education is functionally the board of trustees for each of the 11 institutions, it would make sense that the presidents have the ability to communicate directly with the board. And that's preserved in A, which is probably along the lines of the way it was thought of when it was drafted in the Constitution in 38, 39. Whereas B, I see B as where the presidents are reporting through the chancellor to the board. And that's an important distinction. I think as far as the administrative day-to-day, as people use the term minutia, that is occurring in all these options, right? But option A preserves that ability of the president to go directly to the board, which may be beneficial when there is a concern that they want to, maybe there's a disagreement with the chancellor. And you know, are we handcuffing the ability of the presidents to bring it directly to the board vis-a-vis through the president and then getting it onto the agenda? So I think that's something to reflect on.
Thank you, Dr. You know, we do have our consultants here, and you know, with option A, is that something that you've seen before? Is it, you know, if we were to advertise for a chancellor and we had that type of operational chart, would that be appealing to a strong chancellor? Maybe you don't have those sheets. Do you have them, Janice? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I heard, I just want to go back a moment, Madam Chair. I heard in one of the early discussions here from the hearing that you wanted somebody that would be, somebody that has a collegial style, somebody that would be involving people in the decision, that would meet with presidents and when making recommendations to the board would have a team of individuals coming. It seems to me that's a style that many of you are saying, and I read some of the papers, that we kind of need. But when it comes to the authority of the board, let's just take one issue, presidential evaluation. It's very sensitive. It gets right to the heart. So let's play this out and see which system works. The Constitution says that the board has the authority to arrange that however they see fit. Those aren't the words, but the board would have the authority. Now, there's two models that can be worked on that. One is you could ask your chancellor to administratively carry out the evaluation on criteria that you believe were important and make a presentation to you on each president, whether their contract ought to be extended, and they could delegate that to the chancellor to do the administrative work. And you could have a little hearing on each one of them. Or you could ask your chancellor to go through a process and to recommend to you that the contract be extended. And the role that you would play in each of those styles is quite different. But it sounds, I'm not a constitutional lawyer, don't want to get into that. Grant and others of you have studied this. But it seems to me the board has authority to do what makes sense. And the thing I would worry about in a governing board, you don't want to get bogged down. Now, that presidential evaluation is a very major factor. And since the board hires the presidents, you probably need to be very involved in at least a report on that evaluation. But I think your situation now gives the board a chance to adjust that as time goes. I think a system head would be very, would want to believe that
they oversee a little bit more than the system office. And if you get I'm sure it doesn't happen in North Dakota, but if you have a situation where an institution is not functioning well, do you want to get the board bogged in that right away, or do you want the chancellor to have the authority with staff and with consultation to have conversations, talk with people to campus, and to try to get it resolved? I mean, how much administrative work can a governing board like your own be involved in? So in summary, it's very clear that the chancellor reports to the board. It seems clear in your constitution the board can have that chancellor perform in a way that they see fit at the given time. And it would seem to me a chancellor is going to be successful, based upon what I'm hearing, would be the kind of a person who would have a great relationship with the presidents, respect them, and not be making decisions unilaterally. So I think the board has the authority to call this however they see it. On presidential evaluation, to be more specific, you could decide that the chancellor would, agreed, would conduct the evaluation, make a recommendation to the board that would be the person be extended. Or you could require more, an opportunity to meet with the president, go over the things, and be involved in it much more, since you have 11 appointments. So I think your constitutional gives you a chance to move around. What I don't think you want to convey is that there's stress and misunderstanding between the presidents. You can't make a system work without the presidents being with you most of the time. On the other hand, the board has a responsibility to the citizens of North Dakota. And you have to, there sometimes will be a little difference. And so there are some tensions. But you don't want the tensions to be, you have had a history of a little bit of lacking stability. I mean, let's just face it, you look back over the years, you've had a lot of change. You can't lead a new vision for a state and have it be done in 2 or 3 years. It needs to be longer term. There needs to be continuity. And you don't need to have a lot of stress between your presidents and your chancellor. In a sense, they've got to work together on behalf of the board. So it seems to me the Constitution gives the board to call that as they see it.
Thank you.
And how much do you want to get involved? How much do you want to get involved? You're very involved in a presidential appointment. Seems to me you would want to be involved in the evaluation. But I don't know how many of you that have day jobs and have other responsibilities can do all of the detail of that. You need a chief executive officer that's trusted, honest, integrity, that they can begin to do that. And when the recommendations are made, it has a great support from the campuses. Sorry to ramble a little bit on that, but it's a complex issue.
Madam Chair, leading back then into this committee, I think as we're defining what we're looking for in a chancellor, I actually think that we need to define 2 things. I think we need to define what we see constitutionally, and that is a chancellor that is the CEO for the Board of Higher Education. And then we also need to define what we expect from the chancellor and the chancellor's interaction with the university system, being the system staff and then down to the campuses. Because I think those are 2 different things. You know, again, back to us as a board, well, what we need from our chancellor really has nothing to do with what staff at UND or, you know, I mean, that's a different relationship with the chancellor. And so I think in getting this profile together, we have to be mindful that there's really 2 roles, the constitutional role, working with the board, and then what has evolved into this role of the chancellor working with the university system and the campuses. Mr. Bacchus and I, we've had, this current board is primarily familiar with working with Interim Chancellor Scogin. Mr. Espegard was president under Dr. Shervani, and Mr. Bacchus and I were presidents under Chancellor Getz. And given Interim Chancellor Scogin's position as interim, you can kind of set it aside, but we had 2 other very different chancellors. And we focused a lot on the troubles with the most recent, but we had a very significant set of challenges with the other chancellor, who had a very different style of leadership and what I would have called more of a coordinator. And so, and that's why I'm kind of glad that John's here, because he at least, he has that historical view that it doesn't necessarily mean if you swing dramatically from one style to the other that all is resolved, because the other style of chancellor has some challenges too, at least in my view. So what I'm really thinking is that I agree we need to look at the flow charts and have some definite idea for who's coming in as this is how you'll plug into this system. But in the profile, I think we have to acknowledge that we have a constitutional chancellor that is our chancellor, and then as a practical matter, that role has also evolved to the CEO or the chancellor of the system, which involves all these other interactions.
Okay, thank you. Starts Mr. Bacchus?
I think so. It seems to me that there's a question of authority and how that authority is managed, if you want to call that, by the board. Certainly, under our Constitution, my view at least of it, is that the board has ultimate authority, and it can choose to delegate that authority to its chancellor. The real question, I think, becomes, is that delegation of authority by inclusion, these are the things the chancellor can do for us, or is it by exclusion? The chancellor can do everything for us except hire, fire, whatever your list of those kind of things. That's a bit of a different question than the communication question, which is how do the presidents who represent each campus and are the CEOs of those campuses, how do they interact both with the chancellor and with the board in a manner that provides clarity of communication consistent with the open records laws of the state of North Dakota and some ability to manage that communication as a working board. So I think, to my way of thinking, at least based on my experience, I served only under Chancellor Getz was the only chancellor during my tenure on the board. And certainly, as with all things, it is a mighty endeavor, and there are challenges that come with any style of management. But if the lines of communication are open and clear, the board should be able to get the information that it needs, and the chancellor should have the authority to act in a manner that is consistent with the board's policy desires, as stated, without creating a system where you have to say, okay, where in our policy does it say the chancellor can go do this? Because that really isn't a very beneficial manner of managing anything, I don't think. So I guess I would encourage that the board look at the roles and responsibilities and say, okay, what are we delegating and how are we delegating that? And then what are the lines of communication that are going to allow that delegation to be successful from the president's standpoint, from the chancellor's standpoint, and from the board standpoint?
Thank you.
I think, oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to comment that I think early on, and I have been to a couple meetings on roles and responsibilities, the option A, in my opinion, tended to move the chancellor off to the side. And I didn't feel that it would allow us the opportunity to select the best person or have the best qualified people applying. Because if I was a prospective chancellor, I would want to see the flow chart. And I want to see how do I fit into the flow chart. And considering some of the past that we have had, if we show that person the flow chart of option A, it's going to be a long time explaining to them the situation. And option C, in defense of the presidents and people that have also been on this committee, it didn't seem to them to allow for an opportunity to come to the board with their concerns if they wanted to do that. And so option B was a kind of a hybrid of both of those issues, with the administrative and operational authority dictated through the chancellor and through the system CEO, with still the opportunity existing for presidents to move around that or through that if they wanted to go to the board direct on an issue. And we've had a couple of issues that have come up where they've wanted to discuss that. But that was in my opinion, option B offered us the best opportunity to explain it to prospective candidates, and also gave us the opportunity to maybe appeal some of the concerns that have happened in the most recent past to build that trust again. And I agree with you 1,000%. The trust in the way that those things are handled is what dictates actually the flow chart, and has nothing to do with the organizational chart. But it would allow us to explain to the candidates, okay, this is how we perceive our system to run.
Okay. All right, thank you. And before I acknowledge a couple other board members to speak, I do want to ask some more of the advisors, since we opened it up. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Coming strictly from an educational perspective, both from a board side and from an administrator side, I've experienced that it's very, very important for the functional operation of an education system to have a clear line of authority for operation for everyone involved. As a board member that sets, I understand that you have done spent a great deal of time setting your strategic planning and setting mission and vision and goals. And when you do that, you set forth a direction for your university system, and then you hire someone that takes that direction, and you hold them accountable for leading that. And when I see the different options, a couple things concern me about both option A and B. As was stated previously, it appears that you're going to set aside the chancellor and put him, even in both options, on a level playing field of the university or the campus presidents. And I understand probably the reasoning and the rationale and the experiences that have led you to that point. But I initially am very, very concerned about that. I'm not so sure that there are going to be very many quality candidates out there that are going to be very willing to take on the great strategic plan, the vision and the mission that you have set forth, and do that without a clear line of authority. I'm challenged as a former board member to say, how will you really hold your chancellor accountable for making improvements and making gains in those goals that you have set forth if you don't have that clear line and he doesn't have that clear line? And again, I bring it to the K-12 side, where the two school districts that I've had the most experience with, there were, 10 different campuses, 10 different buildings, and 17 different buildings, and with building principals. And we set our superintendent in charge of those campuses, if you will, and we held him or her accountable for making sure that the progress and the missions and the goals on each of those campuses were being met, or at least gains were being made. So if you are providing an equal level of reporting authority and that they all work for you, how truly then do you hold your chancellor accountable for gains made or not made on each of those campuses? The concern about the presidents needing to have the input, I mean, they're a critical part of your university system, as building principals and assistant superintendents are a critical part of a K-12 system. And that communication, I think Mr. Backus said it very well. I think when you're talking about line of authority, and communication, you really have to differentiate between the two. And there are times where a campus president and a building principal do need to have communication and communicate and feel the need to really communicate with the board. There are mechanisms in place. The agenda of any board meeting is usually set with the president of that board, along with the CEO or the chancellor, the superintendent, in my K-12 case. Even if that route does not come to fruition for whatever reason, or whoever holds the president position at that point, there are still opportunities through a majority vote of the other board members to place an agenda item on the agenda. I think that there are opportunities and mechanisms already in place that would allow for you to have the communication to address the concerns without really reinventing a system or risking your leader to do the job that you've set forth for him to do, him or her to do. In the world that I come from, the board has complete and ultimate authority, but only as they sit at that board meeting between the time the meeting is convened and when it is adjourned. And they set policy, and they evaluate their highest executive members. That provides authority, but most importantly, in my world, it provides accountability, direct accountability to people that you hire and evaluate and expect results from. To water that down, in my opinion, would be a dangerous road to go.
Thank you, Ms. Baszler. Are there other comments from our advisory committee?
Yeah. I was trying to make him go first. Madam Chair, committee members, presidents, I got to agree with you. And I was just thinking about the conversation here and the discussion here in regard to my own line of authority and the authority that's above me. And I think it would be confusing of me as a president to have my VPs have direct access to my board without me being involved in without me having a say in that occurring. And I think there's opportunities because kind of bringing it down to my own system here, but where the VPs have the opportunity to report to the board, and they're involved in doing that. And because of that opportunity, there's communication between our board members and those vice presidents within our college. And so but I would also think is that this idea of transparency is so important for us. And if I'm doing my job as a president, then I'm going to make sure that communication is occurring between myself and my vice presidents to make sure that we're approaching our mission together. And so I think that goes both ways as a leader, that we try our best to listen to those that are really our front lines and to take that into consideration in regard to the decisions we make as presidents. And so, but I think the opportunity to not have that authority within my system would hurt my leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else care to share? Monsignor?
Madam Chair, I don't have a lot to say, except that I want to acknowledge that it's a question of a particular amount of complexity, because on one hand, the way that presidents need to function on their own campuses is particular. They need to have a particular amount of stature and authority, such that one can only go so far with the analogy of a principal or a vice president. I think we have to acknowledge that. At the same time, in order for a chancellor to be able to act on behalf of the board, they also need to have a particular amount of authority, and there needs to be an equilibrium there such that trust can be built. And I think that's a puzzle. And I just wonder, and maybe this was discussed or addressed before I arrived, but what do other states do? Is there a state that we can point to that's doing the best in the country at this? And then let's see what they're doing and do better.
Thank you. Other- Yeah, I was just going to see if anybody else. I think we'll ask our consultants. Do you have a state that you would recommend is doing everything right?
These are the same tensions, members of the board, presidents, and colleagues. These are the same tensions that every state and every system have to work out. And as your chancellor knows, when we go to with the other individuals that head up these systems, whether they're coordinating boards or system boards, there's about 48 versions of differences. But I do think that a new person coming in to consider this position would do the Google work. They would look, and they would want to maybe ask us, tell me how this works. Because if there have been tensions over this before, I don't want to get caught up in something that I don't understand. So I think it's so important that you clarify it for you, the way you want to do it. I don't believe you can hold your new chancellor accountable for board results if they don't have some opportunity to expect performance on the part of those that report to them, that accountability factor. And you know every legislator in the country, legislative group, is asking that question about accountability. But it's relationships that will make it work. Your board has the authority. I would think that in your next person, we're supposed to listen to you, not tell you what we think. But you need the kind of leadership that is able to work with your presence and have them feel that they're part of the whole system that's recommending to the board. So maybe, first of all, you ought to clarify it so we can say what it is. This is what it is. That ought to be clarified. They're going to ask that. And then probably look for the kind of person that will be able to work. You can't make a system like this really work if you don't have the presence involved. They have the resources, they have the faculty, they have the relationships, they have the alumni, and they have to be part of that in order for the board's agenda to get done. On the other hand, I think you've got to have your system head be able to report to the board, be accountable, and be the advocate of the presidents and the institutions, but also be able to explain when they get in that legislative session about results. And so decide what you think it ought to be, make sure that's clear, they will ask that, and then look for the kind of leadership that can pull it together, relationships with the other sectors, and move forward on the board's agenda, the board's vision, the board's agenda that you've developed with their input and their help.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Monsignor.
But if I might ask a follow-up question, though, is it true that that states are all over the board on this, simply all over the board? Is there a more common model where presidents answer to the chancellor or directly to the board?
They're about there's what is called a coordinating board, and coordinating boards are boards that usually coordinate the whole state, private and public, to the degree that they can, and they tend to be just that, a coordinating board. Illinois would be an example of a coordinating board where there are local trustees in each one, and it's a coordinating board, not a governing board. There are probably about 15 or 18, 20 governing boards where there's more authority, and some of them work quite well. Others of them have their challenges. But I think the presidents would agree there's quite a bit of difference around the country. You have a governing board, though, because that is what has been established here. It is a governing board.
Jim, an important distinction is when you're dealing with coordinating boards, in that situation, each campus has their own board.
That's right.
Right, and that's something we don't have here right now.
But I wasn't really asking about that. I was wondering about within the system of governing boards, how that's set up.
Well,
how do you typically see it function?
I would say that, and I'm happy to have your presidents kick in here too. They know, and others of you do as well. But when you have a governing board, a chief executive officer, sometimes called a chancellor, sometimes called a president. We work in Connecticut, that's called a president. and they have chancellors at campuses, different names. But those individuals are charged with being hired by the board, and they together develop an agenda, and it's expected that that person will work with presidents to see that the goals are carried out, and there will be accountability and evaluation on those governing boards. But the difference is, in situations at work, my opinion, from what I've seen, and I've worked in 2 of these systems, when you start developing the vision and where the system's going, the presidents have been, and their institutions have been part of developing it. So when the chancellor is holding them accountable, they've all been part of creating what they're going to be held accountable for. So it's that relationship again. So there are systems that work quite well, but even those systems about every few years get re-examined and questioned and looked at. It's not a stable situation. But I'll tell you what is stable. I'm watching we work all over the country. The accountability issue. There was a time in my early time when people wanted to invest more in education. They believed in it. They were willing to do it. But now they're hard questions. Accountability, results, measurement. If the board developed as part of their vision improving graduation requirements, and they had a certain expectation of the percentage of graduates that they'd like to get, those results will be acted on and looked at by the legislatures. Much more accountability, much more transparency, and much higher expectations with, I believe some legislators across the country are asking questions. It costs a lot of money. Are we getting the results? How do we know, and who's in charge?
Okay, thank you. I have 2 board members at the end of the table. Ms. Hopper?
Thank you, Madam President. I have the distinct opportunity over the years of watching a number of chancellors interact with a number of presidents and a number of board presidents, and have gotten to advise under 3 different chancellors. And I would say that I think option A is a complete disservice to a chancellor. I think that we have to have that line drawn from the board to the chancellor. But in saying that, I have watched a disservice to our presidents when they don't have an opportunity to do what they do best, and to also be able to report back to the board if necessary. So I've seen it go from one extreme to the other, and none of them have worked as well as we would like. So I think there has to be middle ground, maybe like option B, where there is that direct line of the board, the chancellor, the president, but also the ability for our presidents to work with us.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reichert?
Well, I would just kind of, a couple of things that were said by others. I think we're talking about 2 different things. One is strictly an org chart, and the other one is how we expect jobs to be performed. And I think from an org chart standpoint, there's this kind of carve out for, delegated operational authority. I think as a board, we don't want any operational or we don't want to be in those weeds, right? I don't think it's functional for us to have 11 direct reports. That's why we have, going back to what Grant was saying, we have a board and a CEO so that those things can be managed and carried out. So, but the org chart's just the org chart. I think we also have expectations of how the job will be performed, and I think some others have kind of alluded to this, that a meeting agenda includes every strategic initiative and every campus president reporting on theirs. So that, this is a team effort. We need to, as a board, the operational things, we expect those to be managed. But we will be held accountable for alignment with our strategic plan and achievement of those goals. And as part of that, at our regular meetings, I think that we have the opportunity to hear from all of our institution presidents on those key initiatives. And so I think that, again, the org chart's just the org chart. I think we also have to be very clear with how we expect this job to be done. I mean, that it will be done in alignment with our values and the culture that we're, as a CEO, I think there's this person needs to be the model of our culture, and so I think, we can set those expectations as well, but I think they're 2 different things.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think some of this, just thinking about these three chancellors that Janice referenced, I think Chart C, which is how we currently operate, I think it works, but where it gets bogged down is Chancellor's cabinet and how that cabinet functions. For instance, I think the cabinet, from my perspective as a board member, is functioning pretty well right now. I've had a sense that there's full discussion among the presidents of what they want to discuss, initiatives they want brought up. I get a sense that from Chancellor Scogin, we as a board member get a really good sense of what's going on in the cabinet, and we get a true report. If things that you're all in agreement on, they come up to us and they're consent agenda and we move them through. But we also are told there's some disagreement here, this is an issue, this is something that's complex. With Chancellor Shervani, that got choked off in there. I think that's what we heard from the presidents, is that was how cabinet wasn't functioning the way it should be. And I think the opposite, when we had Chancellor Getz, I think Chancellor Getz was maybe too much of a yes man. I mean, I heard from presidents who said, we're not getting enough direction out of this, and so we were a little bit all over the map. I mean, in that sense, presidents might have even felt we had too much because they didn't really even know where they stood. So we had both extremes. Under all three situations, we really have the same model, but it's what's taking place in that chancellor's cabinet, which goes back to how we define the role of the chancellor and how we expect that chancellor to interact with the campuses vis-a-vis the presidents in the cabinet. So I'm not so convinced it's the flow chart that needs to change. It's the person we pick for this role and how they interact. Because I don't want somebody, as we go through interviews, I'll be very mindful of how Chancellor Getz interacted. And I'm not trying to throw people under the bus. I'm just talking about things that worked and didn't seem to work so well. And Dr. Shervani and what Dr. Scogin's done. This, at least as far as that component, has worked pretty well with Dr. Scogin. I mean, I don't know if board members have a different sense, and I'm not just saying it because he's here, but we feel that we've been getting pretty good information, better than I experienced with two previous chancellors. So I'm not necessarily an advocate of overhauling what our flow chart is, because I think what came out of 06 and what we've been dealing with really lines up with what's constitutionally and statutorily required. It's just this individual, we need to get it right. And that's where this all dumps into our laps.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Ms. Nesset.
Just to follow up on that, and I think, the words I heard were accountability. And I think that's where, I've heard it a couple of times around the table here, and that's really where this comes down to, is we have to give the right direction so that accountability happens and we have the system. We have this in place. And what we're agreeing to today has to transcend the next 50 years. We're not trying to change this system. We have this in place. I think it's what Grant is saying, and what others have said here, Carrie said, we need to choose the right individual, and we already have the system in place.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morton, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am. I think the right person is obviously the key phrase here. You get the right person who accountability is important for all of us. We have to be accountable to the board, as a chancellor, as a president of the campus. Accountability is important for all of us, but it's also important that we have people that help us get to our goal. And I would picture the ideal chancellor candidate having the kind of expertise and the kind of understanding and the kind of to partner with the campuses to help them reach their objectives, and the fact, and take ownership of the fact that we're all in this thing together. For us to be successful as a board, the chancellor has to be successful. For the chancellor to be successful, the campus have to be successful. And so it goes back to the right person, and the right person, the right leader, probably can make things happen, no matter what kind of reporting structure we have. But I think we do have to obviously give him the authority, and him or her. But it just seems that that collaboration, there's just so much complexity going on in the world now, and there's certain dynamics in higher education, and we've just got to have the right person that really has some experience and some insights and some has been there, in a person that can help facilitate and help and work with the campuses. But I think the right person is going to be the key phrase.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Baszler.
Madam Chair, I'm going to need to leave here in about 5 minutes. I apologize. I just want to take the opportunity. I have another meeting at the Capitol, but I want to take the opportunity to thank the board, to thank the system for including K-12. We've often talked about it's one student that we're talking about, and to form that partnership and really continue to strengthen and grow that partnership is very much appreciated by the K-12 people and by my colleagues across the state. So thank you very much. The last thing that I want to say is it's exactly what Mr. Schaaf said, what Mr. Morton said. For a time in my life, part of my job responsibility, part of my professional day-to-day job responsibility was helping train board members, both new board members and to come in to help assist board members, boards that were struggling, experiencing some challenges. And there were 4 things that we would always say, and we would go into detail and help them. The first thing is exactly what Mr. Schaaf said and what Mr. Morton just reiterated. Your first step is hire well. Hire well and take that decision very, very seriously. And then once you have hired well, set clear, measurable goals. Set your clear expectations that have measurable goals, not something that is abstract, but very clear and concrete so you can check in with that person that you've hired frequently. Provide consistent, constant feedback through evaluations. And there's a lot of ways to be innovative with evaluations. 360-degree evaluations where you're gathering input as a board to consider by the business community, the presidents, all of those that your CEO will come in contact with, and then get out of the way and let them do their job. And those are the 4 things that we stressed as we tried to help board members. And I think if we as a state can keep focused on those, your job is an important one, and I thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for accepting to be on the advisory committee. Dr. Scogan, I bet you've been just
Madam Chair, I was
waiting to
just
say
going to
something.
say, I think we have really talked the roles and responsibilities draft report pretty well here, and just my suggestion, unless somebody else wants to comment on the draft language that we put in there, and I certainly got a lot of good feedback on this, and I'm sure Dr. McCormick did. And so my suggestion would be, unless somebody wants to talk any more about these, that we move on to number 5 and start actually talking about the qualifications. So.
Okay.
Kirsten,
Yeah.
this is Tom. I would just add one final thought. As we develop the clear goals and objectives, the president definitely have to be engaged in that with the chancellor, and the chancellor and the president and the board come together with the agreed upon goals. It's not something that is top down. It's a collaborative effort to build those goals and objectives and how they're going to be measured.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jumpstead.
I think one of the key words that that's come up today. Father Shea mentioned it, and it was mentioned at our listening session, but the key word is trust. And that's the thing, the item we were missing before. We've had a lot of trust with Larry, and I think that that's the key thing we have to be looking for. It's not very measurable, but certainly is something that we have to find.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Murphy?
It's just, I was reading this, the last red paragraph, the bulk of it's red, the 2014 conclusion under Section 3, for whom do the college and university presidents work? And the first sentence reads a little bit odd, and I just want to, if we go through that, what we're talking about is, one thing is the system, operations of the system and the state board. Is that, or is it, I'm trying to figure out if there's an intention of board and state board being.
Actually, Dr. Murphy, that, yeah, we had quite a discussion about that. It used to say Chancellor for the Board and System Operations, and there was some discussion about what that entails. And as a result, in our last meeting, it was suggested that we talk about the board and then the state board operations writ large. So I would agree that it sounds a little complicated because it's a draft, and we were trying to come up with some consensus language there.
Well, and I guess the only reason, as I've read through it, I'm trying to, you can read it multiple ways, and whenever things are open for interpretation, well, people will always feel free to interpret them, and I think perhaps the group should discuss about maybe how to refine that. It's a rather complex sentence, and perhaps two sentences would be ideal to break up some of those ideas, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just saying it's a bit awkward and open to interpretation, and that's something
I agree with you, and this
avoid.
is a draft, and we're going to have, like I said, 1 or 2 more meetings with the roles and responsibilities, and that language will be much clearer when we get done.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 5, discussion with the board on the qualifications to be sought in the next chancellor.
Okay. I just,
Pardon?
I'm sorry, shall we?
I heard somebody talk, but I don't
Well,
know.
Madam Chair, I just had a
yes,
question.
yes, I'm sorry.
Just in terms of, so we have policy 304 that has the responsibilities of the chancellor. We've got this roles and responsibilities report. We have the discussion we have today. Sounds like we're working on a job description. How do those things tie together? I mean, are we looking to put these all
Thank
in
you,
one
Ms.
spot?
Reichert, because I too have a concern that we're going to go through this, and now we're going to look at the qualifications, and we haven't decided exactly what we want yet. However, the task force is still working on that, so we would bring it back, and I'm hoping that it would be before we start going through any of the, well, I don't know what the timeline is for that, but we need to be able to tell a candidate exactly what their authority is and what their job is before we start to accept their applications. I'm sure they won't apply until they know exactly what this is going to be. So maybe, Dr. McCormick, Janice, you can help us with this. How should we proceed?
Madam Chair, and members of the board and advisory committee, I think this is a very special beginning on this search to involve broader groups advising the board. I think that's a good step. I want to be complimentary about that. We appreciate the fact that you've asked us to work with you again. I just want to go back and capture for a minute what I think I heard from some of these reports, because I think there were some things in there that might be considered later. First, talking about this roles and responsibility, given your history and so on, is so important that we get this right. It's not up to us to tell you what it is, but we'll need to tell people. And I would think any good candidate at the end would be asking you about this. This would be very important. So we need to get that right. I think I heard from those reports, we need someone that has a collaborative style and is willing to create a participatory environment where people can be involved, the presidents and others. I heard that the position that there needs to be this trust and transparency. And I heard something about your students, that they wanted to be involved. I've worked on 2 of your campus searches. They're wonderful. They love to be involved. So remember, we're here for the good of the state and the students. And so I think that is important. And then I heard about vision and future, looking forward. Understand the past, understand that, have a sense of the culture, but at the same time, a vision and a plan of where this great state that has quite an amount of significant resources, it can be whatever you want to be, and that this vision and this future, not just spend the money, but think about how to do it most effectively. And so I just wanted to say that that's some of what I heard, which I thought was important.
Okay.
But we have a deadline if we're going to meet your expectations. We would like to launch this search on January 15th. By launching, that would mean that we would have a very detailed one-page ad that would talk about characteristics, what you're looking for, and that would go out across the country. It would go in the Chronicle a week or two later, and that ad would help people understand the potential here, what is expected, and it would both encourage people to apply because they would say, that's me, I fit, or they would say, I don't believe I have the background to do what they expect. And sometimes it's not the number of candidates, but those who have been thoughtful. And that needs to be launched. And then we have a period of 6 weeks or so, 8 weeks, when we're really trying to generate candidates, nominations, and all of that. So if you're going to be launching on the 15th, we need, we're hoping to, and I think this affects the responsibilities, we're hoping that we would deliver a draft back to you after we've heard. First of all, we will write the ad and share with you the profile. We'll need to check with your chair and be able to get your reaction back so that we're ready to launch. So this is moving, and this is a very important time. Now, what we'd like to do today is, we've read the reports that we've had. We'll read all of them. This has been very, very important today. But I'd like to just raise the first question. Looking at your potential, the needs of your citizens, the needs of your system, what are the major 4 or 5 challenges the next year, the next 4 or 5 years, that this person is going to need to be able to give leadership for? What are those things? And then if you decide what the most important things are you need to do, that helps you decide the kind of characteristics you need. So could people talk about that a little bit, Janice?
Yes, and it is important to add, I think, Chair and members, advisory committee members, that while it's extremely important that you made the determination to have these listening sessions and town hall meetings. Extremely important. It's the foundation that I think will launch this search very, very nicely. Everyone at least has been invited to be included, whether they chose to be present or not. And so that's wonderful, and all of those notes have been shared with us thus far. But we would like to indicate that even with this planned launch, formal launch of the search on the 15th of January, conversation should not end, because it will be the insights and the continued information that you gather and share with us, and that we gather and share, that will be able to invite nominations, applications, interests, continued interests as we talk with individuals and tug at them. So it really should not conclude.
I might point out, just for all of the rest, there was a very detailed contract, details of what's expected, that we're going to be held accountable for. But we've handed each of you just one of these brochures, a little brochure in there that sort of says the steps. It's much more detailed in the relationship with a number of you have reviewed. And it's a little bit about who we are and what we need to do. But so, Janice, I think we now get into the listening session, if we can, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I can tell I'm getting tense. My shoulders are going up because I think I'm going to go back to what Ms. Reichert said. Are we ready to do this? Have we made our decision on what it is we want this person to do and what their job entails? And I don't know that the board has gotten there yet, but I am looking at our agenda, and it says review roles and responsibilities, so I don't know that we can take any action on any of that today. in a special meeting. So what I'd like to hear from board members, are you comfortable with going forward with what we've discussed right now and give our consultants some ideas of what we're looking for, even though we have not locked in to, as Mr. Bacchus said, inclusion, exclusion, what are you going to do with this person? What are they going to do? I was hoping we could get through all that today and leave this meeting saying, okay, we are unified, we know what we want, let's move forward. And I don't think we're there. I don't know how the board feels.
I think, Madam Chair, that I felt that there was some consensus among the board, and I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, that we're not overly uncomfortable with our current CEO system. And it goes back to what Don said, it's picking the right person. So, I mean, I think for purposes of starting that profile, my view is, we kind of know. We have, this is a constitutional governing board. Constitutionally and statutorily, it is a CEO. It is the CEO to the board and is the CEO to the university system, which includes the staff and the campuses. I mean, that's kind of the overall umbrella. That's what this is. Then I think we have the ability now in this discussion to start plugging in when we say the right person. Okay, what are the components of the right person? And that's where we've all gleaned from these listening. So I don't think we really need to get too much more bogged down in just the overall, here's the broad, what this position is. I think we have that.
Okay.
I think it's these other components.
So do I have consensus on that without a vote?
I would agree with Grant. And it depends how long you have been here and what your feelings are about what shape and what form the chancellor should take, the new chancellor should take. But I don't think anybody around this table would disagree that the last 18 months or so have moved the car out of the ditch and back onto the road. And so the characteristics that we have now would be characteristics that, in my opinion, we would look forward to with a new chancellor position. Yeah, we could dwell on the past, but we all know that is never healthy, and we need to dwell on the future. And we certainly, from Janice's perspective, I know last night with Carrie and I and other board members, we've talked about a visionary. We've talked about a collaboratory relationship with the presidents and with our universities and colleges. We've talked about a person that can work well together. And I don't remember who said this earlier, but it does make the organizational chart a whole lot less important if we have those types of qualities in hand. Now, it's true. I think that the previous chancellor issue was, just from what I understand, was not necessarily all systems wrong, but it was a person, the personality, the measure, the way that they got delivered, all of those types of things were not probably, well, certainly they weren't done to what we would have liked them to have been. But I think having a chancellor that can work with all of us as we move forward is very, very critical.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Nesset.
I'll be in agreement. I think we are, I am in a place that I'm good with our current method, system, order. And I think in answer to Dr. McCormick had a question, what are our priorities? To jump ahead into that, I'm going to go back to what Dr. Bashani said a while ago, is that NDSU is a member of the 11-member university system. And the person who can facilitate that for all of us, I think, is where we're headed. And I just remember that, you took pride in being able to say that, Dr. Bashani, and that stuck with me.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hopperth.
Real quick.
Yeah.
But I think it's very important that we're all in agreement on this, that our org chart is like it was, because who is going to apply for a job if they don't know what that job is, who they report to, who reports to them? Why would anyone do that? If we can't tell them that before they apply, why would they want to be part of us?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Riker.
Well, I just, again, kind of going back to...
This is Chris McEwen. I agree with everything that was previously said. I'll note, though, that this will also give us the benefit of going to future listening sessions this week and also be able to tell the campuses these are our preliminary thoughts as a board, and I see a lot of value to them.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Ms. Reichert?
I was just going to say from a very functional standpoint, so we have to agree on title, and I think we do, but also where this job fits, what the primary functions are, and, reports to the board CEO, as Grant said, and pinning down that reporting structure. And I think, how we define what's delegated, to me, you'd delegate virtually all of our operational responsibilities. The one question, of course, is these evaluations, and maybe we do need to decide, is that something that we retain for ourselves, or is that something that we delegate? But beyond that, I think you have, what are these key responsibilities? And I'm not sure if those are those 4 or 5 things you're thinking about, but what are those key responsibilities? We have this policy 304 that is just a laundry list of all the things that we've delegated to the chancellor. I don't know if, we want to review that. That seems like a kind of a onerous exercise as a group like this. But then also, what are those kind of competencies or qualities that we're looking for? And so I think those are kind of distinct things. And I'm not quite sure if that's where you're going with those 4 to 5 key things.
But when I ask, Madam Chair, when I ask about what are the challenges facing the system and the new executive that you hire, it seems to me with the amount of time we've taken just talking this through the last hour or so and what you've heard, maybe one of the first expectations, and I'm hoping the presidents, I've served in their positions, I know how they may be feeling, and also the chancellor position, and I'm wondering if one of the first skill sets that we need in this new person is the ability to work with the presidents, pull them in, and along with the staff together, and if the board would have the authority but would see that kind of leadership, having them participate, developing the agenda, reviewing, and when the chancellor comes to the board with a recommendation, it would be on behalf of all of them. If you can help me say this better, but a person that can bring all of these people together with authority and recommend to the board and include them and have them feel part of it. It's about participation, it's about respect, it's about realizing the board can't get any of this done without great presidents who are on the same team. You can't do a vision for the future. I think vision will come up as a 2 or 3. You have to be able to have a plan, but you can't do that if you don't have the people together, owning it, working together. And is that maybe one of the first big things of this job? You've been given a vote by the people. If they care about education, they care about the system, and now this person needs to pull it together. And then on behalf of all of them and you, be a great leader with the legislature and telling the people of North Dakota about the system and where it's going. Are we getting at 1 or 2 of the most important things this person needs to do? I hope you talk about that a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to actually give Grant Shaft credit for the reason we're having this special meeting today was that I think our last meeting, he acknowledged that one of the issues we had in our last hire was that we thought we were all on the same page of what kind of chancellor we wanted, but we weren't. And now I think my shoulders are coming down. I think we are on the same page, and I'm feeling much better about this. So thank you for all the good discussion, and I think we're ready to move forward.
Madam Chair, as to Jim's point, quickly, that was just, you're looking for these components of what we're looking for, and what you said, I think, is important to me. That's one of the areas that I think we've struggled under both of our previous chancellors, and it's back to this relationship with the presidents. I look at it as a parent, just to use an analogy. I have a 9th grade daughter who's just starting high school, okay? Talented young gal, but she wants to be in cross country, and she wants to be a cheerleader and choir and band and orchestra and dance and theater, and we have to sit her down and say, you're exceptionally talented, we're certain you can do a great job at all of these, but first of all, some of this isn't going to work for you, and some of this isn't going to work for us as a family, because it has to relate with how brothers and sisters are doing things and family time and all these things. And I think to some degree, that's where we've struggled with our chancellor in the past, is we've got these great group of presidents who are all fired up about their campuses. They've got initiatives that they want. But every now and then, the chancellor has to say, no matter how great it is, that doesn't work with the other institutions, or that doesn't quite line up with how we want. And I think we've seen both extremes. We've had a chancellor in the past that has a really hard time doing that, or had a hard time. And then I think we had a chancellor that had too definite of an idea and maybe choked a lot of that discussion out. But it's that skill, and you said you struggle for the way to put it. I do too. I don't know what you call it, but I think for me that's one of the key components of who's going to be successful here is doing exactly what you and I have tried to articulate, but I don't know what you call it.
Madam Chair, I would move to delegate to Chair Dietrich and Chancellor Scogan to work with the consultants to finalize and approve the Chancellor search profile.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Chair, could we hear it more, maybe from some of the, I've been sitting where they have for 10 years as a president. Could I, a little bit more thought on what we need to get started on that first thing in terms of relationships and so on? What, maybe we need to find somebody that has done it and has had that ability. What, could we hear from, because it's going to take everybody together on this thing. I would value hearing from members of the advisory committee or the presidents.
Madam Chair, if I can, for Dr. McCormick's point, you know what I think would be really beneficial is to have that discussion. You know, we can have that discussion, bring presidents together and have a discussion, because I know we're scheduled to have a discussion with you with the senior staff, for example.
Yeah.
So we should do that with the presidents. That would include all the presidents as well as the 4 that are appointed for this. So does that make sense?
I'm supposed to be listening, not having too many views at this point. We got a chance to write it later, but if the presidents and their leadership are right, faculty and everyone, and the board, if you're together, it's unstoppable as you tell the story to legislators and serve students. And that sometimes is centered around, what do you think about vision? What do you want to say about that? The ability for this new person to lead a vision, strategic plan. Now, you have plans, but is that a characteristic that we should be looking for? Planning, vision, and it's how to get people involved maybe in the planning, not to come in with a plan. I'm trying to get the top 3 maybe, and
Okay.
top 4.
Yeah, Mr. Bacchus.
Madam Chair, I might suggest as well to Dr. McCormick's point that it's not only about what do you see that needs to be done, but what are the roadblocks that may be getting in the way of having that be done, and if there are policies that are roadblocks to the communication that's required to implement that collaborative strategy to achieve the vision of the campuses and the board. You know, that's a very important discussion, I think, in terms of what do the presidency from their view that may be getting in the way of communication that allows them to deal with these issues more directly.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to add a president representative to the motion?
I'm trying to think of which motion we are working on.
It would be agenda item 5.
Mm-hmm.
Can you restate that motion?
Yeah, it's to delegate to Chair Diedrich and Chancellor Scogan to work with the consultants to finalize and approve the Chancellor search profile.
And how about adding a representative from the President's cabinet?
Well, what opportunity do we currently have for the president's input? I guess that is a very good point. You know, in the past, we've had a committee that had presidents sitting on it that were voting members, and we found that that was not always best, because if they voted no for the chancellor. So how can we make sure that we get the president's voice heard on this? Would it be through the chancellor, or
And the chancellor suggested we might have a conversation with all of them. I know enough about your system to know that they're very different institutions, and you know, the whole of what all of them think. The land grant might look at it slightly different than one of your smaller community colleges. So,
President Brashani, Dr. Kelly, Dr. Shirley, Dr. Darling, Dr. Mason eventually back there.
And I was going to point to the chancellor, but of course he'll become one of the presidents working for the next chancellor, so he falls to the same Achilles heel as any of us do on what you were suggesting, and having been the one who lived through making a negative comment about the last chancellor, I'm particularly sensitive to that.
Yes.
But I think Dr. McCormick's bringing up an interesting, as I've sat here mulling what are qualifications, one of the challenges because of the diversity of the system and at least 3, if not more, very different types of institutions, the board will be challenged if looking at material technical qualifications to find somebody who fits all 3. You know, with the chances of someone with 2-year vocational, 4-year, and research university background who's interested in the position and has a profound interest in brisk and invigorating winters, boy, that's probably asking a lot. But what I've heard, particularly board members articulating, and the current interim chancellor exemplifying its style in the person. And I think one of the reasons that the Chancellor Skogan has been so exceptionally successful is he knows what he knows and he knows what he doesn't know, and he brings people together to figure out the rest. And that in itself, in a nutshell, may be what your best chancellor candidate will be, rather than somebody who either thinks, wishes, or perceives that they have overarching knowledge, wisdom, and vision for where North Dakota higher education should go. It'd be someone who builds consensus about where North Dakota higher education should go.
Okay, thank you, very helpful.
Madam Chair, from the side observation, working with you in the state and being a former neighbor, I think your interim chancellor has done quite a good job. I hear it all around. And one of the things that we need to do when you make your decision in the spring, we need to really work on a very important transition plan. And your sitting chancellor is very important in that process. First of all, he's done some things right that we ought to think about in looking for the new person. And secondly, he knows a lot, he's aware, he has the president's feel, he now has the chancellor's feel from being here. And it would seem to me that with the board leadership and with him, that once we get appointed, that early thinking about what we need to do those first 6 months, that first year. Sometimes if you don't do that, people are in the weeds right away, and there needs to be thoughtful things about what is done in those first months. You either get a good start or you don't. If you get a good start, it really is work. You see the newspapers, you visit the legislators and so on. So I would say from my point of view, any way we can have the sitting chancellor involved with you and with this, it's all plus. Plus, any good candidates want to go to talk to him. They're going to, during the time they're here, they're going to want to talk to him. They're going to want to talk to him probably alone and say, tell me what's really going on here. And you're very important, and I want to be complimentary.
Okay.
If you're ready to move to a third issue.
I think I had Mr. Morton.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Morton, did you have a comment?
Well, I think President Brashani raises a good point. Finding a person that has the background in a four-year campus, a research university, in the community colleges is a good point. I guess as you look at the makeup of our student body, I think of the person that probably has research university experience and deep research university experience probably has a better chance of maybe at some point in their career being at a smaller school. And so I guess I would, as a board, I would really lean toward the person with research university experience.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Miller, are you back on the call? I know he had an appointment. Anybody else from the advisory committee that's on the phone that would like to share?
Madam Chair, I was looking for those 2 or 3 issues, and we've talked a little bit about relationships and getting started. We've talked about...
May I interrupt just a second? I think we have a motion and a second
Yeah.
that we haven't dealt with
Yeah,
yet.
I don't think we've...
If we can...
Okay, yes, I'm ready to
Is
vote
that
on
right?
that. Yeah, I didn't know if he was adding to something on that, but this
Are
is
we
a new
adding to
topic.
that, Dr. McCormick, or?
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right, so please,
So, Mr. Malacher, I think the motion that we have is I move to delegate Chair Diedrich, Chancellor Scogan, and a representative of the Chancellor's Cabinet to work with the consultants to finalize and approve the Chancellor's search profile.
Agree.
Sounds
So move. Yes.
Ms. Nesset? No. Mr. Morton?
We can't hear you.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes no.
Ms. Reichert?
No.
Board Chair Diedrich?
yes?
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Okay, so item number 6. Review and approve timeline and process, which includes establishing future meeting dates. Where's my timeline?
Madam Chair, but I wouldn't want to offend you at all as a chair, but trying to get at these concerns, could we just talk a little bit about political ability and the ability to work for the legislature and all of that? You're in one building over there. I'm sure there's a need for this person, I would suspect, to have political skills. Could you talk about that? What should we say about what this kind of a leader needs in terms of leading this system on the political side, policy side, legislators, governors, and so on? Is that a big, important thing here in what we're looking for? Is that one of the 3?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I can,
Yeah, I'm a little-
okay. For Dr. McCormick, okay, so we're still on number 5. We've had a motion and that's passed, but we're still discussing the qualifications of the next chancellor, and that will be incorporated into the profile at some point. So your question is then?
Perfect. What about political skills? In North Dakota, given your history, given the interest of the legislature and all of that, and governors respectfully, what does this person, what do we need to say about what's needed? And is that, we don't want to impose any of these on you. Just trying to ask, is that important in the new leader?
Do you know, I wonder if Dr. McCormick, we still have a number of listening sessions left. Is this something that we can get together with you?
Oh, of course.
And discuss after, because I know that we have maybe about 4 more campuses or so that have not, we
I think
haven't
your
had the
point's well
listening
taken, though.
session. Yeah, and but maybe what you could share is you have a couple of things that are, that you think we might want to consider. You mentioned, listing, the ability to work with the presidents. Now you're on political skills. So there's some other that we could maybe...
Well, financial management, even though you're very well-to-do as a state, I mean, I say that congratulating you, higher education, to what degree does this leader need to be able to grasp the financial implications of the state and budgets and so on? Now, you'll probably have a great financial officer, so maybe they just need to hire the right person and understand it, but how much financial skill do you think this person needs to have? Would that be important in the background to know about that? Do you need somebody that's managed a big budget?
Board members, you want to?
I was just going to comment, the skill sets are a little bit different, I would think. If we're looking for a financial type person, we aren't necessarily maybe going to get that visionary person that, in my opinion, I would prefer. because I think our goal is to move our entire educational system forward. And it's been my past experience, right, wrong, or indifferent, that financial people, even though they're a very, very integral part of that, they aren't necessarily the ones that are driving the stagecoach.
So good hiring skills to hire the right one might be what you're looking for.
That would be number one on the list, yes.
And typically, you're going to couch something like that they have demonstrated the ability to understand complex budgets. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're a CFO, but that, you know, because that's a question we'll ask. And it kind of goes back to the political end of it, too. I mean, you have to be careful, because you don't want part of the profile to say, we want somebody who's had all of this exceptional experience in the political arena, because as you know, the last time we went around, surprisingly, a lot of the applicants don't have a lot of experience, and it simply comes out of the systems they came from. In some of those systems, the presidents, they present their budget to the board, and then they're kind of out of it. And so they're not, you know, they'll say, well, we've hosted some functions with local legislators, but you don't want, you might lose an awful lot of candidates if you say you've got to have a lot of experience in the political arena.
What about cultural fit, Midwest?
Well, you know, I think ultimately this is an important, critical discussion to have, because currently, I mean, these other agenda items are critical as well. But if we're going to meet a timeline January 15th, you want to have an idea of what the board feels.
That's what I'm trying to get.
Okay. And we've had some listening sessions. You've got the notes from those. But ultimately, as I understand it, the chancellor is hired by the board. And I think ultimately one of the things that's going to be very critical is a people person who's good at managing people. Because if you can manage people, then you can work with the legislature. You don't have to know the ins and outs of the North Dakota legislature or any other legislature to be able to work with those individuals. And so, I mean, I think we need to really start kicking around this idea of what is it, some of the major attributes we want. And one of the big things, I think, is a people person that can interface with not only the presidents, but the board, as well as the legislature and other stakeholders to really work on building the system. And that person, vis-a-vis, also has to be a visionary. How are they going to work within the strategic plan? How are they going to enhance that? And how are they going to move us past the next 5 years? And so I think those are the ultimate key things, and other people should chime in as well, clearly, but I think those are key.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So you had cultural fit. Do you have some other things that we should be considering?
Well, I'm just wondering, I mean, you do have, I've spent some time in the Midwest, and probably can't say it has to be from North Dakota, but does this state, this culture deserve, is that a consideration at all? I mean, if somebody applies from wherever, you're going to consider them certainly, but is there anything we ought to say that would be legal to say about cultural fit?
It actually was at our listening session last night. It was brought up by a couple of different people. And I would think the answer is no. I would think we'd want to be as open as we can to achieve the correct candidates that we want. And by limiting us to a cultural or a regional or those types of things, to me would be detrimental to the type of person that we would be looking for.
And I would agree with that. I think good leadership transcends geography, and to the extent, though, you want to talk about culture fit, I think, you know, take a look at our values. And again, this gets back to the expectation of how the job will be performed, you know, stating that, you know, this person needs to, you know, have demonstrated or be, you know, demonstrated a commitment to what we consider to be our values. And so I think that, to me, is more the workplace culture or the system culture that I would think we would be shooting for. But I think anyone with a fair level of emotional intelligence and self-awareness can, you know, learn some of the nuances of how things are done. We talked about how culture is learned, and I think whether it's a new geographical region or a new workplace, You have to take the time to understand what drives decisions, how people make decisions, and I think what I said last night is there might be 5 ways to make a decision, and every one of them could be just fine, but one really is kind of the cultural norm based on the value drivers in the system. So I think culture is important, but not in terms of geography.
And Madam Chair, tied into that is we need to make it very clear in our statement that we intend to hire the best person. And the reason I say that is we had a North Dakota candidate that made our final 3 last time around. And it generated a lot of concern from the other candidates. Oh, you know, is this an inside job? Is this a done deal? Should I even fly up for the final interviews? You know, and I mean, we demonstrated last time that no, we didn't do that. But I do think our statement always has to be clear, because we might find that we have several North Dakota candidates that come out of wherever they come out of, but we don't want to lose qualified candidates simply because they think something about describing, we want somebody with North Dakota values or this type of thing. Oh, well, whoever is the North Dakota candidate, that's who's going to get it. And we don't want to lose people.
I hope we're not making you terribly bored. This is so important, what we're hearing right now. And then I would just kind of tell you that in some of our Midwest searches, we're finding people that have gone other places that want to come home to North Dakota and the Midwest. So there could be people that sort of have that, but they've had other experiences too.
When Trustee Grant and Chair, when we search for that best candidate, will she or he need to have certain academic credentials? How broadly, how wide is the net going to be cast? Are we going to limit it with degree requirements? And that's so important, but it helps with beginning to write and think.
Correct,
about
and that
talking
is,
to people.
and that is one of the conversations that has come up at multiple listening sessions, is, you know, do they have to be going up through the ranks of academia, or can they be a successful business person? And I don't know that the board or the community has come up with a definitive yes or no on that.
We would like to say in this first ad what your thinking is on that. And the way it's handled sometimes, there's generally a consensus, we find, that the terminal degree, law degree, PhD is kind of desired. But then somebody will say, is there an opportunity for a very non-traditional, unusual, outstanding person to be considered? And we're finding in a number of our searches, even after all this work is done, this is what we're looking for. When you review the number of candidates, someone will stick out and the committee might say, wow, it doesn't quite fit, but maybe we'd like to take a look at that person. So one thing you could consider, and this is very important for the faculty and for the people in the field, you could say terminal degree or doctorate preferred, and that gives you a little bit of an opportunity if that rare person came out. There are more lawyers being appointed all the time to presidencies. I mean, there are a number of legal scholars. Sometimes they've been deans of law school and so on, but and there's DBAs in business, people that have had a great business career, some of them coming back who have degrees. So I guess our question is, what would you like us to say about that in the first draft for you to consider?
Madam Chair, the suggestion's excellent, because it does leave the door open. We did have a few of those folks last time. For the most part, it weeded out a lot of applicants that we probably would have thought aren't qualified. But it did give the ability, if somebody thought they had exceptional legislative or business experience, we did have a few of those people that put in that didn't necessarily have the terminal degree. So it left, I think that type of language worked before.
We'll just give you a draft, something like that, and you can change it back. You can say, I know it's always the question for the academics, do you mean a PhD or do you mean a terminal degree, and it's going to be a DBA, doctorate in educational administration and so on. And so you need to maybe decide if you want the word terminal. Some people don't like that, but we mean the last degree.
Okay,
and so what I hear, just trying to move along, is we probably should put preferred terminal 3 for the first round for you to consider more.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question. When we talk about the search, just so I'm understanding, are you going to be looking for candidates for us, or are these just simply those that are responding to ads?
Oh, no, very aggressive looking.
Okay.
And that would be spelled on our proposal, but let me just go. It's on our timeline. I know the chair is very anxious to get to that. But after this launch, it'll go all over. And we're recommending that you buy an ad in the Chronicle, but that's just one of the many places that you go. But we're asking, when we send that, we'll send it to all of the presidents of the land grants and the ASCUs and we'll send it to all of them. And what we do is ask for nominations. Sometimes they say, I'm interested, but other times they nominate good people. We'd like to get nominations. And then we will call people we know. This system business is a pretty small group of people that are kind of interested in system work. So we'll talk to all of the SHEO leaders in the state, all of them, all of the members of the National Association of System Heads for recommendations and nominations. We'll talk to ASCU leadership, we'll talk to the American Council leadership, all of those in the interest of getting nominations. And then we'll hopefully 6-8 weeks into this, and the next step, if you want me to, I don't know if you want me to take the time, the next step would be electronically. We will give every member of the committee, and you'll have to decide about advisory council, whatever you say, we'll give you the letter of interest. Sometimes that 3 or 4 page letter of interest tells you far more than you would realize. It can be good or bad. It can tell you a lot. Why would I be interested in applying? Then we take the resume as long as they want it to be, ask them for 5 references, but we don't check them at that point. Then there'll be a hard work day, all of the committee to get ready for this, and it's all in the dates there. We'll try to give you a week. I think, Terry, we're trying to give you a week, which includes a weekend. And this is the hardest work you're going to do. We need to go over those and look at them electronically. If there are members of your committee who want to have a hard copy, I guess we can do that. Somebody can do that. But electronically, go through and see the ones that look interesting. And you need some kind of a little, it can get complicated or simple. One thing that has worked pretty well, yes, no, and maybe. Just each of you go through, a lot of them you'll say no right away. And then when you get together for that 3 or 4 hour session, we've done it with 2 of your institutions, when you get together, it'll be amazing how quickly the committee comes with about 30% of them, 50% maybe not being interested. You're not interested in them. Then the hard part comes the last hour or 2 between the yeses and the maybes. And you'll be selecting your semifinalists at that point. And then the semifinalists will be interviewed, either technologically or individually. And out of that, you begin to get your finalists. But then at each point, we start the reference checks. And when they get to be near final, we ask permission to check off reference anywhere we want to. That means that all of you on the committee, all of you in the advisory committee, once they've agreed to have those checked, if you know anybody, you call them and get back. And then we'll do the off class. And then we do the due diligence where we look into a lot of financial arrest records. They have degrees. We always give that then to the chair. But we'll be aggressively trying to pull people in. And that brings up the next more important question. I'm sorry to do this, but do you want system experience? Should we say that you would like people that worked in the system, know something about a system? Or should they have had a significant experience in higher education, faculty, dean, and so on? What do you want us to say about experience? And sometimes people who have been in a system get the feel of it. And some people, that might be something you're interested in considering. System experience. That doesn't mean they were in a system office. It means that they worked in a system. So what would you think about that?
Okay, Dr. Malcolm.
Oh, I was just going to comment on our interim chancellor right now. He did not have any system experience.
Oh, he was in a system?
He works in a system.
That's true, but as a college president. But
yeah,
not,
but that counts. That's what I meant by system experience. They were in a system.
I was just thinking as a chancellor, he had not worked in
a
a university system setting except for as a college president.
He has it now, though.
Exactly. And so I think to limit us to just someone that has a chancellor running a higher educational system is probably eliminating some prospective candidates and some potential excellent candidates.
That's not what he's saying.
I agree. And you might say, presidents might say, we would like to see somebody in the lead position that's been one of us and knows how we look at things.
Yeah, Mr. Morton, we hear a little bit from you, but we don't know if you're trying to talk to us or not.
I've got to run here pretty soon, so I'll be signing off.
All right, well, thank you for joining us. I know you had a busy day. Is there some way to word that so that it doesn't have to mean that they worked in, but knowledge of a university
It goes to the point
system
of
or?
how much academic experience do you want them to come from, and yet not limit that rare individual that you might want to consider. So
We can maybe work on that
it is
wording.
we'll work on it. It's a feeling that you want somebody that knows what this business is all about.
Mhm.
Presidents, what do you think about that? I mean,
Yes.
do
The one
you have
thing
to have
that-
been a president? Maybe not, I don't know.
Okay.
The one thing that I heard at the two sessions I've been to is that it's important that we have someone who can build consensus, that they can hear what's being said, and then they can build consensus. And so I don't know how you'd put that in a job description, but I would feel I'm not doing my duty from coming from those meetings if I don't say that that seemed to be extremely important to the people in those communities.
Building this people skills again, back to. I would, I don't want to have opinions. I want you to think what you need. But I've seen some system heads that were not good presidents that thought they now had to be president as a system head. And if you've been a president, you know you don't do that anymore. You don't go on somebody's campus without going to their office first and being respectful. At the commencement, you don't take charge, you bring greetings from the board, but it's their place. And so sometimes that very successful presidential experience helps them know what to do and what not to do in relationship to the presidents. I don't think you should say have to have presidential experience, but that's just an experience that I've witnessed. So what do you think?
Yeah, that was one comment that came up when I was in Mayville, was who's the face of the institution? And we said the president is the face of the institution, and the chancellor, does their business somewhere else, but not on that campus and not in that community. Okay.
Well, that's one
Anything
that we'll get back to you. I don't want to pursue, but there's one, I don't want to, whatever, Chair, you can shut it down, but I have one other hard question.
Sure.
That now look at it from our point of view and your point of view. Why would somebody want to come here? I mean, we got to sell this job. I mean, there's lots to sell, but why would they want this job? How do we make it exciting? And what can we say about the health and beauty of the state, the opportunity? What can we say? Why would somebody want to come here? And they'll say, it didn't work out for a couple other ones until we had the interim. But the point is, why would they want to come? We need to work that into our, we want them after reading this and say, wow, I'm going to take a look at that. By the way, while so we aren't mixing you up on this, there'll be an ad, it'll be a page. Every word, when you're trying to do a page and get it right, we really have to work on that. Then there's the profile all about you. That mostly comes from all of you, from your own office. That's what you want them to look at. It'll repeat some of the same things, but that is about the beauty of the area, things that go on, recreational, the great things that we want to say about our state, this new beautiful museum that was just completed. We need to, the profile will sort of back up what goes in the ad, and both of those documents we need to have done by the 15th.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think the answer, or my thought to your question is that the reason somebody would want to come here is because of the people. It's the greatest asset that this state has. And the students that we have, the potential that we have, the growth that's available is unprecedented anywhere else. And so if you're a visionary, these are some great people that you can lead.
I don't want to make this about money, but I work in other states. Things are tough out there. There are 4 eastern states that I know of that are in the bottom in terms of these big pension liabilities. you have been blessed with, you're conservative people and legislature, but you have resources. So this new person coming here is not going to have to cut a bunch of things out that first year. Now, you're going to have to make decisions, but there's opportunity in North Dakota. You may be second to none. How do we say that?
I was going to say the identical same comment, in that we, that is one area that we have lots of support from the legislature, from the governor, and financial support as well. And as we move forward, that is critical.
And shouldn't we say something about, I want to be careful about this because everybody doesn't agree, but about this, the people of North Dakota have spoken within the last month or two about the importance of the system and its citizen governing board. What can we say about that that doesn't rub some people the wrong way? I mean, I would think if I were a candidate, the fact you've gone through this very difficult time of rethinking who you are and the people have spoken is, I think that's pretty important.
I just have a couple of comments, I guess. I've heard the word visionary used a couple of times. And for me, I think it's critical that this individual be a strategic thinker, very high level. But I don't necessarily like the word visionary because it implies a single person's vision to me. And I think that the role of this individual is really to coalesce a common vision among 11 institutions. And so I just kind of would shy away from that word. Again, if you want an alternate, I think strategic thinking is probably what I would suggest. But to that point, I think what a great opportunity to partner. I mean, we've got 11 great institutions with their own distinct missions. Every one of them has an opportunity for growth. They're all led by, bright, passionate individuals, and, the opportunities to work with the business community. We've got a growing economy. I just think there's so much that we can do. The opportunity is there. It's just, so I think, there's a lot of good things to say, but I think those 11 institutions with their missions and their leadership.
I think what you said is this person needs to, with all of you, develop a vision for the state, not his or her vision alone, but bring something to the table and pull it together. Now, you had a very strong statement here from the person in charge of public schools. Would you want this person to be able to have some ability to work with the basic ed, one system, and be the kind of person that might get the school superintendents together and talk about how they can send students here, not taking away the admissions autonomy of each campus? What about the relationship with the public schools and getting more people to college? And you do well on that already, but getting more people here ready, more graduation and so on. Is that something that should be said in here?
Ms. Nesset.
I think that's an important part. I want to jump back to one of your other comments or questions was, do we incorporate the Measure 3 vote into this profile? My own personal opinion is I would say no.
Okay.
That's a personal opinion. I don't want to read too much into that. I think we have the support of our public and our state officials, our cabinet, our university system trying to work together. But I think that might be better left to deeper into the interview process rather than a leading part of the...
I'm ready to accept that, but I have to tell you, and the chair knows this, in one of our recent searches, the problem was, what if the board goes away? Will I have a job? Oh no, we said, that presidency will exist, it'll go ahead. So we worked on it, but that was a question on the minds of a number of people that I talked to about the last search that we did. But now you've kind of answered that without having to say anything, I think.
Some of this, Madam Chair, will be outside of the profile. It's just important for our chair and our consultants to know that they'll get those kinds of questions from candidates, and they need to know how to answer these questions based on these discussions. I mean, a lot of the fruit that comes from what we're talking about here today is ultimately what can get conveyed when you have inquiries.
I'm finding more and more serious people set up an appointment, want to talk with us. Perhaps tell me what is really true is, they want to talk before they apply. They really want to talk and know what's going on. Two of you have been through searches here. And they want to, and so the more background and feel we have, the more we can encourage them. And then if they aren't the right fit in what you are, we don't encourage too much, but they want to talk. And these questions come up.
Yeah, and I would agree with Ms. Nessett. We keep telling the public and the legislature that we're moving on from the past. We've got a new strategic plan, everything's positive, positive. I don't know if we want to keep mentioning what we've been through. Let's just keep moving forward, and it'll come up. They'll probably ask you about it, and you can share with them that
They'll ask,
we
I
had the vote.
predict in the end, they'll ask the board a little about the past, what happened, and how's it different now?
Yeah.
I'm going too long here, but more of why they would want to come. Any thoughts that you have? We'll talk to the three now.
Well, just one comment, and it's a little dicey maybe, or maybe Chris, and that is just legislative support. You know, they certainly give us a hard time, but from a funding standpoint, I think the legislature wants to support us. They've continued to support higher education, and so, you know, I mean, that's kind of a double-edged sword because again, they have to be won over, certainly. But I do think that, I mean, from a funding standpoint, we continue. I mean, they're supportive generally, and the governor as well. So I think that's a good point. And kind of to that end, I noticed that our advisory committee doesn't include any legislators. I don't know if that was discussed or whether that's, you know, something we want to consider, at least involving a couple of them. The comment had come up that there were no legislators at the forum that I was at. So that was just something I happened to think about on a side note.
I think that's up to you. You know the culture best, but I'll tell you where you can make a mistake. I've seen it made. If you're going to talk to legislators, leadership, you have to think it through and not insult somebody on one. If you're going to see Committee on Higher Education in the Senate, whatever you're going to do, you've got to worry about not making an enemy. I'm going on here only because if there's more on presidents, anything else, why would they want to come here? Presidents made a decision to come here. But I ought to ask you one more thing. What do you think about online learning and technology and all of that? Sometimes committees want to see in their new leader, at least they know what's going on the changes that are going on and how you do business. Not that they're going to come and do it without consultation, but what about technology? What about online learning? You're in a sparsely populated state. You can't have little colleges everywhere where you have people. Is online learning some experience in that, something that you might value in your new leader?
Okay, Ms. Nessett.
Once again, I think those are good things, but I question at what point do we bring them into the profile? Are these leading, you're discussing, or Dr. McCormick, if I'm correct, the profile that goes out in January?
I'm really discussing the one-page ad where we will say, here are the characteristics of leadership they're looking for. Should one of them be some knowledge of the new educational learning technologies? Just trying to say if that's important to you as you have vision and look ahead. I think your university presidents and colleges, the regions, and all of them are dealing with that as they lose some of the 18 to 22-year-old students and have to serve other populations.
Right.
So,
the traditional student is not 100% of our makeup anymore, and it already is part of our colleges. So yes, I think a comfort with that would be included. But once again, I'll go back to, you know, I don't want to put the idea that our vote to the public should go out in this leading one-page summary, because then I think we're putting, as a board, we're putting too much of that as a vote of confidence. We have a lot of work to do here. We know that as a board. We have a lot of work.
One page, the hope would be when somebody reads it in the Chronicle or gets it, they would say, well, I haven't thought about North Dakota, but wow, that looks like they got their act together, and that looks like they're wanting to do. And you won't get any one person that can do all those things you said were important. But we just wanted to mention. Then on the diversity issue, that's our last one. What do you want to say about that? Do you have a diversity statement, as I recall, here that ought to be put at the bottom of the one-page ad? I think you have a statement that.
You know, one thing I think we really need to do is look at some of these census that are out here. I mean, we are, you know, the most favorable state to live in. I mean, when you trump Hawaii to live in North Dakota, yes, I think those types of things, and if we look at, there's a whole series of items that have been brought to show why somebody would come to North Dakota. Those are the types of things that I think are already documented. We don't have to say them. All we have to do is bring them back to the forefront of the discussion. It's allowing somebody else to tell our story for us.
Very good point.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm probably
This is
worrying all of you
Terry
because you've
Olson
turned
from
it over
Williston. I was
to your
on the
chair.
last search committee, Dr. McCormick.
Sorry.
And I want to go back to the question you had about Midwestern ties. And I guess I have a little bit of a concern that if we do have good, talented candidates from North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Montana, whatever, that sometimes we give the impression they're not far enough from home to be experts. And you know, I'm just concerned that we don't look at some of our homegrown talent just as we want to get the very best candidate. We've had some very talented presidents that were North Dakotans and some North Dakota people that have come back and been successful presidents. So I just don't want us to lose sight of, you know, having the Midwestern ties or values or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, we know you've got a committee working on this, and we'll look forward to working with you closely. But remember, it's not what we think. It's what you think, because you know best. And we'll try to pull it out, try to work on it, try to get a draft. But now I'm of the opinion now, because I've now hired a lot of presidents before in my other jobs, but now working on a number of these searches. This pre-search is the most important thing we do. If you don't get this right about what you need and what you want, how do you evaluate the 20, 30, 40 candidates down the line to see if they're people you want to look at? This is like the foundation on a house. You got to get it right to begin with, or the rest of the stuff doesn't flow as easy. So thank you for worrying about this, thinking about it, and I think we are leaving it so it's still open for anybody here to get to the chair, to get to your chancellor about what we need to put in this thing. And then we'll give you a draft. My prediction is you'll like about 70 or 80% of it, and then you will say, this was missed, or redo this, or something. And we're very welcoming of the constructive criticism to try to get it the way you want it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McCormick. Terry just emailed the board members, and maybe, I don't know if it went through the advisory committee also, but the chancellor profile from 2011. So if board members wanted to take a look at that to see what types of things we asked about or were looking for back then. You know, that's something, how often do these look, does one search look different from another search? I mean, are we all looking for a good communicator? We're all looking for this, I mean, what are we going to do different?
I would say, if you look at our ads, Janice, I guess stepped out here, but if you look at this ad page, all the ones we've done, you will find they're tailored individually. Now, there's some similarities. There's some similarities because we need that, but we don't have them, we pull them out of the file and fix them up. We start and build from the beginning and build a new one based upon you, because even in 4 years, a lot of things change.
You know what, we need to also talk about the words profile and advertisement, because we did that also with the university work. It's very important to understand that the advertisement is what we're trying to narrow and zero in on right now. And it is not necessarily a one page, but it is the document that will be placed in or abridged in one print edition, we recommend, of the Chronicle, and the full copy will be in several electronic postings, including the Chronicle.
Can I interrupt you just a minute? I'm sorry, Janice, to interrupt, but this is number 8 on our agenda, is to talk about the advertisement. We're still at the point where we're having a discussion about the qualifications for the chancellor.
Yes, that's
and I don't
true.
want to get us out of sequence.
That's very true. I'm
here.
just so concerned about the confusion between how we use the words.
We're using those terms interchangeably and not.
Okay.
The ad though, Dr. Brashani nominated somebody. He may again, and the rest of them may. I want this to be enough material there so that when somebody important gets it or one of your presidents get it, they look at that and say, wow, I'm thinking of somebody that I think would be wonderful. I mean, the key to this is not only the candidate, but the nominators. And we have enough good people that will take the time to look at it and think about people. When you call Askew Head, I call them and say, think about this. They're going to look at the ad and think about that Askew community of 300 presidents or a land grant. Is there somebody there that sort of fits? That's what we're trying to pull out, are the nominations of the right
Madam
people.
Chair, from a faculty perspective, and certainly when we apply for positions, I've applied and negotiated in chairs positions and some other administrative positions over the years. And I mean, ultimately, when you look at an ad, it has to resonate with that candidate. And so you don't want the garden variety ad, we want a chair, we want this, we want that. Yeah, everybody wants that. But what's unique? But the reality is any good candidate goes then to the system, and in this instance would go and look at the 11 institutions probably, get an idea of the flavor of the system, and then they they have to make a decision. So what you're basically doing, it's like a good title of a paper, all right? You're getting the person to look at the ad and go, hey, I'm interested in looking at the next step. And the next step is saying, do I want to be in a position where I have 2 research institutions, 4-year schools, a school with master's programs, and community colleges? Is that the system that I want to be involved with? And so how we couch what we want is this is the hook, okay? The bait's on the hook. We're dangling out there. Certain people are going to bite on it. And so ultimately, we're getting somebody to really take the next step. Nobody applies for it without looking at the system, without knowing the history. I mean, they'll know about the problems with chancellors in the past. They'll know problems that have existed. They're going to know all that before they apply.
They'll do their due diligence. You're absolutely right.
Well, before they even waste the political capital to apply. And so I think that's the key element. The key element is this has to have enough characteristics of what we're looking for, that a person that has those characteristics says, hey, I'm interested in looking at this. And I think part of what we craft in this ad.
Excuse me.
No, I understand the ad and qualifications go hand in hand, though, okay? And the reality is what those qualifications that we do put in there, that's critical, and that's the hook.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Murphy.
Well, but okay, that's
Dr.
fine.
Murphy,
But there was
yes.
another point, but now I forgot, so thank
Okay,
you.
Dr. Logan. Dr. Scogan, did you have something that you wanted to add, or we just didn't want to stay on the agenda topic is what
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
so
stay on
that's
the
why
agenda topic. Number 5 was we're talking about State Board of Higher Education qualifications sought for the next chancellor.
Okay.
In item number 8, we will talk about the advertising and the recruitment. And if we change that up in a special board meeting, we will have
Yes,
a
exactly
problem.
right.
So I'm just trying to keep us on task here. Number 5. Now, I think we've probably exhausted number 5.
I think we have.
So what I would suggest, Madam Chair, is that we move to number 6, which is actually to review and approve the timeline and process. And I'd like to defer to Terry on this because she has developed this, and I think there's copies. Everybody should have a copy of this sheet that has yellow squares in it. And Terry, I want to defer to you if you want to talk through this timeline and process. I think there's only one change on this sheet, and that is the second meeting we decided will be on March 26th.
Right.
Which will be a regular board meeting. So we will put together have a chancellor search meeting with the regular board meeting on March 26th. But beyond that, I'm just going to defer to Terry to go through this with all of you so you know the timeline and the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Scogan. I worked with the consultants along with the chair on putting this together, and the plan is to align most of the meetings, if possible, with existing board meetings so you guys are not having to meet multiple additional times. So you can see we have our meeting today, and then no later on January 8th, the consultants will be delivering that draft advertisement and profile to the chair for the final approval, in which you guys delegated authority to her along with a representative of the Chancellor's Cabinet. They will then finalize that. You guys would receive a copy of that, and then basically the search is then launched. And in there, you can see that we're also going to be developing the website. The consultants will later on go through what the plan is for the advertisements. I'm going to skip that part. And then basically, the consultants do their work recruiting candidates. And then the deadline for the best consideration is going to be March 17th. On March 20th, the applications are going to be released to the board for review. And you will see that we changed the time or the date from March 31 to March 26, so that only gives you guys 6 days to be reviewing the applications. And what usually happens is that those applications will come through on the AGB search website. So you guys will be receiving those application materials so you can review it in preparation for the March 26th meeting. The consultants will be with us during that meeting, and they will be going through each of those applications with you, and then you guys have to determine who will be those that you guys want to be bringing in to be interviewed. And what we've been doing is conducting those on the interactive video network. And that is basically a very long day, depending on the number of people you guys want to be bringing in. So that meeting would then be on April 14th. And then that fourth meeting, that's when they will come in to Bismarck. They will meet with various individuals. Those could be students, legislators, presidents, office staff. We'll have a discussion on who you guys want them to be meeting with while they are in town. Then usually what happens is that feedback will be given back to the board. We've been working with AGB Search with SurveyMonkey, so this provides anybody an opportunity to provide their feedback to the board. You guys will have that opportunity. The board will then meet on the 30th to consider the finalists that they want to be bringing back into Bismarck to be interviewed and selected. And there's usually just a 2-week time period there that allows the consultants to do their due diligence, but you don't want to be too long because then you'll lose the finalists. So right now you can see the dates and time, or the dates of the upcoming meetings. I think that's all I have, so if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf?
Schaaf votes yes.
Dr. Malaker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton? Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen? Dr. Jomstead?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Okay, item number 7, seek input on recommended communication plan.
And Madam Chair, if I may, on 7 and 8, there won't be a motion on
Right.
either one of those. It's just for
Discussion only.
the consultants to get the input from the board. And then on number 8, to discuss the advertisement that everybody wants to talk about, so.
Which, I'm glad you guys, I have to tell you, I'm just getting used to the idea it is a formal board meeting, you have to vote. This is unusual, but it's interesting. But that's what we've been talking about, what goes in that ad. But Janice, the communication plan.
Yes, our communication plan, and I guess at the outset, I should share that I will be sending this plan in draft to Terry Meyer, and if necessary, you can look at it and in hand yourself. But I can go over it very quickly with you. We tend to look at 3 corridors of operation when we advertise, and the first is in the print and electronic arena. We are suggesting that for both print and electronic, you do turn to the Chronicle of Higher Education. We also suggest that electronic postings for this advertisement be placed in diverse issues in higher education, Hispanic Outlook, Inside Higher Education, Women in Higher Education, and also the magazine University Business that some of you may be familiar with. It's one that we're tending to look at a little more closely these days. We know that the social media outlets are used by this office, and when we launch, it probably will be expected that the system communications officer or public relations officer also will send a parallel press release to all necessary outlets or social media outlets to indicate that this board has begun its formal search for a new chancellor. Of course, I'm sure that person knows all about the North Dakota Newspaper Association and any newspapers that will probably carry this piece in print. And it's good. It's a good way to let individuals know statewide that you've started the search. We encourage that a single point of contact for any media inquiry and official response is established, identified, it's necessary. I would like to know who that single point of contact is. I know in a previous search, we turned right to the chair, and whatever that decision is, we would like to know that. The second arena in which we really try to be active is in our contacting organizations and groups. And when I suggest that we would contact the Association of American Colleges and Universities or the Association of State Colleges and Universities, it would go to all members. And we do have a list of about 15. If you have any thoughts about who should be on this list, we can check to see if we have it on or perhaps add it. But the list, the contact is made with what we call an e-blast, an electronic invitation for nominations and applications. And this e-blast actually is usually given attention. I would say that Jim especially gets even a 20% or more individuals respond and say, gee, I have a great idea, or have you thought of this person, or no, I don't know anyone right now. So that is what we do across the country. We also include a list of provosts, other national organizations, statewide leaders who typically would collaborate with your chancellor, and and of course, we work with our own AGB search colleagues and consultants who know a lot of individuals.
29 now of the consultants, they growing rapidly. And we don't have, they talk about that stable, as in how AGB works. But we go to our 29 colleagues with the information here, but who do you know? And then we go to them later on a reference check, too.
And then the final, and this is where the words come up again, the final area is the system office's own website, where there would be a search page established for the public to go to and see at what point progress has been made. That doesn't mean that there's a lot of unnecessary information on it, but at least individuals will be able to track it and know when semifinalists perhaps have been identified. They'll know the members of the search committee and how you selected to do that, members of the advisory committee. It's an information, a good information site for the prospective candidate. That site also would carry the profile. And the profile has a little bit of information on everything from your mission, vision, goals outlined, the facts, how many students, how many institutions comprise the system, how many students system-wide, that kind of thing that makes it good, interesting reading. There should be a lot of bullets, it should be clean so that it's a quick read, but very informative. They'll also work with the businesses, how many, where you're located, what Bismarck is like too, as a location in which this individual will live. So it's that kind of newsy thing.
Yes, I'd like to go back to Dr. Murphy's comment. I think he was absolutely right. They're going to really dig in. And your people, if they know a faculty member to your universities or college, they'll call. these interesting people will call. Just like eventually, when this is all public, people will call about them. But I wanted to say, and this is where I think we need Dr. Skogan to be ready to help. Some of them will want some individual detail. Tisa, I think you needed a couple of things in your consideration. We'll get it for you. Email us, or so if somebody wants to look over whatever it is, and those final group, we may have some individuals that need some special amount of information to help them consider. And the other thing I wanted to say on this nomination business, I think it's very ethical for any of you that know interesting people to get them in the pool. It may be awkward for the board who has to vote to nominate them, but you can encourage them to apply. And all of you, all of the advisors, if you know people that would be really good at this, get them in the picture. If it's awkward, let us know and we'll tug at them a little bit. So we want this to be very open.
Well, that's about it. Your own search page is very important. It could even carry a lot of links to other documents that should be reviewed and read. And while your search page will be a lot broader, and we are happy to work with the person who is responsible for that kind of building in your own office, we will carry the same advertisement and the same profile on the AGB search home site page too. That's about it. I would like, if there are any ideas about where the advertisement should appear, we can check prices and timing, or organizations that you know should be included on contacts, or individuals. Please let us know.
First off, I want to thank everyone for hanging with us as long as you have today, and welcome to Dr. May. I think this is your first board meeting, is it not? And welcome. And it would be interesting for you, and you probably know the consultants quite well, to visit with them what key things got you interested in the position at Valley City State, or what key people contacted you, or what drove you to look at that position. Because as we move forward with this position, the more input that we have from people like you that have recently been through this, it'd be just fascinating and interesting as we move this search forward to the best of our ability. So again, thank you, and thanks for everyone else for being here all day. It's great.
Okay, so we've gone through all of our agenda items. Okay.
Have you done number 9? Sorry.
Yeah, I did have one media inquiry. No, I thought you got me on the break. No, as far as the media inquiries, I think that Janice mentioned that we need a point person, and so it looks as though we're not taking action on this, but I think that in the past it's been the board chair, and if there's any objection to that,
I think that's a great idea.
okay. Then I think we're good, unless there's something else with the media inquiries that we need to discuss. No? Okay.
Well, that was a fast 15 hours.
You know, I expected it to go longer than this. Okay. I will echo Dr. Melliker, and thank you, everybody, for joining us today, and especially to our advisory group. I know that there's no way we could expect them to stay this long, but I look forward to their input on this. And thank you to our consultants. Anything, last comments from?
I think a positive of the system would be, I'm really looking to presence. I think you ought to be proud of the diversity that you have in your 5 community colleges, your 4 ASCU institutions, and your 2 universities. I mean, I think the fact that you cover it all within this system is kind of a plus. Do you think we should try to say a word about that somewhere? I think that's a plus for people looking at the job. You have it all here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Some states mix it up, and some have one and some of the other.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think as far as if you wanted to put that in there, I think that would be
First draft, maybe, if
the
it's
first draft. Let's see how that looks. Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Yep. Okay.
Madam
you.
Chair,
Second.
thank you for considering us at AGB to
Oh,
help with this
absolutely.
search. Thank you.
Look forward to working with you. All right, thank you, everybody.